Yeah, so uh I'm a little I am really a little confused as to what Starry Studios and Pale World and their crossover is going to be, and with this Nintendo filing a patent, and now all of a sudden Starry Studios has decided to do like a Pokemon-esque scenario. Like I think someone's gonna get sued, and it's not gonna be pretty. I also would like to say that there's a really old piece of advice that a defense lawyer will give clients, and it's never break two laws at one time. And although it's not like applicable exactly right here, I think that advice that I was given 8 years ago of never break two laws at one time also applies to never do two things at one time. And what they decided to do last night, Starry Studios and Once Human, is they pushed out a new patch that has a new visual wheel and a new scenario. And I think there's a really big problem with putting out a new visual wheel and a new scenario at the same time, because then you're not bringing people in like a little bit at a time. Like you're doing pulses instead of sustained. It's like you could have timed this better. I think what really happened with them was everybody hated, not everybody, I shouldn't say everybody. The majority of people hated the visual wheel with the gravity, because there wasn't any meat to the content. There was very little to do. That's a face only a mother could love. But speaking of the other one, the Crescent mods are trash. Yeah. So we're gonna look and we're gonna see what we have. Let me put this. I don't know why I can't hear. Why do I not hear the game? Oh, because it's not set to pick up the game. Should be good now. Yeah. So, no, I'm in deviation, but that's what I really don't understand. Why they did the new lunar event and the new deviation event. Why is your screen rotated 45 degrees then? I don't know. What'd you do? What'd you break? I didn't break it. But this right here is a great example of how you take a game and you make small content. When you don't have enough time to do big content, you do small content and you keep bringing people back. Shop coupon 150. Yeah, they're hurting for money. They're obviously hurting for money because they're doing constant cannot be used in the current scenario. Wait a minute, so we don't use guns at all? What the fuck? I'm so fucking confused. I'm so confused. What in the fucking world? Okay, so first of all, this is not what I thought this was gonna be. And second of all, this is not what we were, when we said to the devs we want to combine deviations. I'm on world 6. Okay. Why did you give me bullets? Like, seriously, why did you give me is this a new mode? This is a new, I'm gonna go talk to Lo because I have absolutely no idea what the hell is going on. Hi, Lo. I've been waiting for far too long. Are you ready to face the chaos? Yes, this is a map. It's not a new map. It's the same map, but it's totally different. I've got some binding grenades for you. Use them to secure deviations in this world. After securing a deviation, it will be purified and become your companion. That's how we purify the world. I have a little gift for you. Dr. Teddy, Lethal Rabbit, or Pup Buddy. They're outstanding deviations. I painstakingly raised myself. Only they are worthy of you, soon the greatest securement expert in the realm. Dr. Teddy. Oh my god. Dr. Teddy, I choose you. Oh shit, they're getting sued. They're getting sued. There's a new tab. Is that I or L? There's a new tab when you hit I. I is inventory. What do you mean there's a new tab? Hello, I'm a corporate lawyer from Nintendo. Could you repeat your last sentence? Someone getting sued and it ain't me. Like, let me be real fucking clear there. Someone getting sued, it ain't me. I didn't design this shit. Use binding grenades. Okay. Okay. So he gave me Dr. Teddy. Where the hell is it? Where is the... Okay, it's gonna make me follow the... Oh. Okay. Right.
As far as I know, the Securodex is a system that assesses the value of secure deviations. Secure deviations will be registered in the Securodex. The more deviations you secure, the higher the Securodex's value. This value also represents your power as a securement expert in this realm.
They're gonna get sued. Yes, Nintendo just got a patent for a specific capturing system. You kind of suck at healing there, buddy. If your goal is to be a healer, you're not healing. I do not know yet, Bobo. I haven't gone to that scenario yet. I will get to the lunar. That's why I said that their big problem is they dropped two new scenarios at the same time. Which I don't know why they would drop two scenarios at the exact same time. I also don't know why that person can have a gun equipped and I can't. Can't even fight this fucking beaver because it'll kill me. I do this. Oh, cool. Where'd the fucking beaver go? Okay, so let's go build a base. Let's follow the fucking tutorial. Find a suitable place to put a base. There's a suitable place to put a base, right fucking there. Oh. I hate when they do the fucking tutorial. Like, stop it. Like, stop forcing me into things. There we go. So we've got the usual... the usual setup. But we need to make those grenades. I'm so confused. You got back into World of Warships? See, I don't understand one thing, why they waste a lot of time. Why they waste a lot of time doing it where they start you in different places? Because that means they have to change the... They have to change the starting... Like, why not just always keep the world... I mean, I guess for variety. I could see that. But... I really enjoy your streams. You motivate me. I don't want to connect with me on... No. Man. Twitch is a fucking shithole of no moderation and too many bots. Bots seem to be getting worse. Yeah, and you know, in all honesty, if they don't do something soon about the overrun of bots in streamer media is gonna have like a massive pushback. Like it's gonna have a massive dip, and then it might maybe make a recovery. But it's so bizarre right now with like streaming was like on an uptick, and then TikTok became popular, and TikTok I think is absolutely fucking up the design of TikTok is kind of fucking up the design of streamer media, because there's a content creator on the Once Human creator program, which they just completely revamped their program, which they did a good job. They did a good job and I got demoted, but they still did a good job because I shouldn't have been in the category I'm in, because the original category was followers. Followers don't mean shit. It's all about the effectiveness. Unfortunately, I understand the back side of the marketing. I don't understand the front side of how to get there as a streamer. I mean, I know a lot of the things that hold me back. But there's a guy, he's like, I get 500,000 views on all of my TikToks. Okay. But how many people are clicking on the description and following the link? It's great that you're getting 500,000 views on TikToks, but you're getting paid by TikTok for those. And then he's like, well, I'm not getting paid because I don't have 10,000 followers. I came across a creator last night who had 2K viewers, and like one person commented in 15 minutes. Yeah, and unfortunately, that person thinks that buying 2,000 viewers is helping them in any way, shape, or form, and it's not. It's not helping them, because yeah, you might con a creator program in letting you in, but then as soon as that creator program, somebody from that creator program stops by your stream one time and there's nobody talking, that means there's no engagement. That's why BCG, or Jack now, he's a friend of mine, But he's always promoting people to get embedded viewers. Embedded viewers are a dumb fucking idea. I don't want embedded viewers. I have my Twitch embedded on on like all my websites as a, if somebody happens to be there, those, oh, Jay is live, let me stop in. It's also because it's on paradoxgaming.net, because a couple of my community members, they cannot go to Twitch. They cannot go to Twitch, but they can go to paradoxgaming.net. The Candace Owen stream, she might have had, there's a lot of things Candace Owen might have had going on. Number one, she might have had like follower chat only on or subscriber chat only on, which slows the chat. She also might have had slow mode on and only certain people can talk, so that it keeps the chat on the screen longer. Generally, it's a good idea to do slow mode in some instances. What's my opinion on Warborn Above Ashes? Great game, not a great game for Jalan. Absolutely great game. There are so many things it does well, but unfortunately, it does so many things well, but it also does a handful of things poorly. It's not gonna ever, in my opinion, I don't think it's gonna catch, because number one, the character that they start you with gets just shit on by pretty much everybody else. So you end up, you're in a situation where you took the starter character, second. So you're in a situation where you took the starter character, and now you can't really do shit all because you're invested in that character, and melee just shit on the archer, like without mercy. So you're kind of in a bad spot to begin with, and then they don't. I was in a warband. I was in a terrible warband, so I left that warband, and well, actually I had to make a whole new character because I was on European server, not North America. So then what ends up happening is I join a new warband, and they're not very helpful in explaining anything either. Well, that's, from a player's perspective, I'd have to really love the game to have to keep waiting on leaving my warband and joining a new one to stay with the game. You know what I'm saying, if that makes sense? Like, if you're gonna rely on the players. Oh, hey, Crash. Can I catch you up with what's happening in 1 second? So, if you're gonna count on the player base training the player base, you can't have it then where a player is on 2 different servers, 2 different warbands, and doesn't get a handle on the game. What's been going on with Once Human? What's happened with Once Human is today the new Visional Wheel is live and the new scenario is live. I'm just trying to get a start to a base here going. And then there's a new Visional Wheel and a new scenario. So we have the Pokemon scenario. We have the Pokemon scenario, and I shouldn't call it that because I'll probably end up getting them sued. So we have the not Pokemon at all in any way scenario going on, and then we have do I play the new scenario? I am on the new scenario, and this is the new scenario. I just need to get my base underneath me because I need to make capture grenades so I can get started. What's my review of Once Human? I think Once Human is going in the wrong direction now. I think Once Human was going in the right direction for a really long time, and now I think they're going in the wrong direction, which is kind of sad. It really does hurt my soul that they're kind of going in the wrong direction. I think that the lunar cycle is awesome. Server 1, no, I'm on 3. Nintendo sniffing every corner of every game mechanic. Unfortunately, because of the way the law is written, if you understand copyright law and IP law, intellectual property law, and trademarks and patents, and it's a pain in the ass, because if you don't aggressively protect your IP, then people can make the argument that you've abandoned your IP, which is a stupid argument. It's why Google right now corrects people when they say, oh, I did a Google search, and Google will say, did you use Google? Well, no, I did a Google search on Bing. And then you'll hear Alphabet's attorneys saying, well, then no, you did an internet search, not a Google search. They don't want Google to become synonymous with internet search as a verb, because then they'll lose some of the right to their name. It's a stupid situation for companies to be in. We shouldn't be in that boat, but we are. But we are in that boat. So we're gonna need scraps. We'll go over there. As far as the lunar cycle, I'll look at the lunar cycle later in the show, because I won't have to start a new base. The lunar cycle will hit my old server. Don't hate the player, hate the game kind of scenario. Hate the rule writers. Trademark, patent, copyright is all stupidly done, but it's one of those most people aren't going to be happy with it. So yeah, Nintendo filed a patent 2 years ago on capturing battle monsters, as they're suing Palworld. Now, in some way, like, I know some people are on like the hate boner for Disney right now. There was a situation where a guy signed up for Disney Plus. And when you sign up for Disney Plus, one of the things you sign in the agreement is that you agree not to sue Disney, but instead to use binding arbitration. Now, what people don't understand is that all you have to use binding arbitration means is that before you can sue them, you have to go to arbitration. You don't ever have to accept the arbitration. Because very rarely is the arbiter, and first of all, the arbiter is an agent of the court, not an agent of Disney. And at the end of the day, most times, the arbiter is going to make a fair ruling. But what people don't like about it is they don't think it's fair. They want more. They want to sue into the pocketbook of millions. Well, in some states, you can't get awarded millions. In some states, there's a hard cap. So all the fucking clause was that if you're unhappy, you have to go to binding arbitration. Well, unfortunately, the guy had signed up for Disney Plus, and then his wife died at Disney Springs. Well, at first, he tried to sue Disney, and Disney's like, well, you signed up for Disney Plus on this date. You have to go through binding arbitration. And everybody fucking dogpiled on Disney's ass. And what I said weeks before, I said, what's going to happen is they're going to have the suit about, can we bypass the binding arbitration? And Disney's going to say, yeah, no problem. We're going to uncontest that. That's exactly what happened. Disney can't waive the arbitration themselves, or they waive everybody's future requests to waive it. Disney was like, yeah, go ahead. We're not contesting this. So if you want to send it to a lawsuit, we'll go to a lawsuit. And that's exactly what the court did. And then it was like, well, where's the fucking apology to Disney? Like, understanding the law is important. And I don't understand all of it. I understand very little of it. I understand the bits I need to know And that's because I keep a lawyer handy. But I don't see how Pale World copied Pokemon, considering Pale World was in development before the trademark. So how are you going to say that these guys violated your intellectual property when you hadn't registered it as intellectual property until after they made it? One of those things shouldn't have anything to do with the other. You're right, they shouldn't, but they do. Because it's a way a contract is written. And I'm not saying it's right, and I'm not saying I agree with it. But I'm saying I understand it. I understand it. It's just the way, it's the way the law works. And very rarely am I ever going to say the law works well. The law, unfortunately, is a law that gets a ruling on top of it, that gets a ruling on top of that, that gets a ruling on top of that. And pretty soon, we're just stuck with someone's opinion of someone else's opinion of someone else's opinion of the law. And you're like, how do we move forward? So I do, unfortunately, see Pale World losing their lawsuit. And I don't think it's fair. And then if Pale World loses their lawsuit, I see Starry Studios getting sued and losing their lawsuit because they literally said, Dr. Teddy, I choose you. Like if you're benchmarking, and benchmarking is just an industry term for copying, there's something called best practice. And for example, if I made an MMO and I had C be the character sheet and J be the journal and I be the inventory, right? Another company couldn't come and sue and say, you're copying our keybinds. Because I would just turn on and say, I'm using best practice. You're not the only company that has used these keybinds. Even if you were the first company that did it, I for inventory, J for journal, and C for character are non-copyrightable, non-patentable things. Now, if I stole your entire keyboard layout, that might be a little different. If Salty Bread was here, he's a developer, and he would say that patents on game mechanics shouldn't exist because you have to be very, very, very specific, and I agree with that. It's like the other thing with patents is you have to prove that nobody else could ever logically get to that conclusion. Now, a lot of people were upset about the Nintendo thing. They said, oh, well, now we're going to lose necromancers and we're going to lose warlocks. You're not, because of the content of the patent. You have to look at the actual patent to see what they were patenting. Warner Brothers for having patent on the Nemesis system and not doing anything with it. What's the Nemesis system? Oh. A gameplay mechanic involving procedurally generated enemies who remember player interactions and arise or fall in a hierarchy. Yeah, but you could do the same effect. You could get to the same effect. You just have to be specific in how you get there. You can get to the same effect for your game. You just can't do it exactly the same way Warner Brothers did. Successfully capture a deviation using a binding grenade. Well, I've already tried that once with 3, and it didn't really work out in my favor. Let's make a few more. That way I don't have to repeat this loop. Might have to change my stream schedule if my my nerve pain gets much worse. I'm gonna have to cut a show out of the week. So I'll do Monday, Friday politics, Wednesday, Saturdays, gaming. Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, there's nothing that can be done. I have more testing coming up, but they're gonna try to figure out why this is happening. But they're basically like, eventually you'll just get, like, they're fucking, the doctor was great, man. The doctor was amazing. I love honest doctors. I love honest doctors. The doctor said to me, he's like, eventually you'll just get used to the nerve pain. Like right now it feels like my left arm up to my elbow is in a pot of hot water. It literally feels like my left arm and my left foot are in my hot tub. It's my whole body. It's my whole nervous system. My whole nervous system is going shitty. I was just playing this for the first time last night. What rough gameplay loop? I like the concept and theme of the game. Is it like survival crafting? I only beat the first boss and got the butterfly thing. Great question. Right now, I'm gonna be completely honest with you. Starry Studios and NetEase have kind of lost the soul of the game. There isn't a singular soul of Once Human. Once Human is a lot of things. And they don't bleed over. It's a game with a lot of different silos. The first silo is PvE. So they have completely PvE scenarios with 2 PvP events. And then they have a more survival, and that's called Manibus. And then they have a more survival one called Way of Winter, but so many people complained about it, they basically gutted the survival mechanics. Then we have Endless Dream, which is a really cool, really cool scenario. If you're on a private server, or you have like a week off and you're not gonna miss any of the events. I don't like the way Endless Dream went, because industrious people clear the whole map, and then you as a player who are logging in the next day, you don't get to see a lot of stuff. Then we have PvP, and we have faction-based PvP, which is really good. And then they've taken it and they've pulled it out to a separate client called Raid Zone, which is very Rust-like. So the gameplay loop is very much, it depends on which scenario you're in. So far, I think all the scenarios have been well done. I think there is some work to do. And you will get to a point where you're just grinding for better mods, and you're grinding for better mods with the hope, with the hopes and prayers that new content comes out that you'll need it. Now, when at about the halfway point in the show, I'm going to flip off this scenario and go to the other. And this is what I don't like that they did today. They put a new scenario out on the same day as they turned the Visional Wheel. That was bad timing. And a lot of the content creators told them, it's like, look, we've been in a content drought for weeks, and now you just dropped new content, but how do we present it for you? Like the Sky Elevator was okay. It basically was a novel idea that they need to go back and refine. It was a cool idea in regard to we've not seen it before. We've seen base defense. We've seen defend an area. Now it's go up. It was a great idea. They need to refine it. They need to tweak it. They also need to realize not everybody wants to run in groups of 4. So don't make things not clearable in groups of 2. Make the reward better. Make the difficulty scale at 4. Make the reward better at 4. You know what I'm saying? Like, not everybody wants to group up. Now, absolutely, I get what people are going to say. Well, if you don't want to group up, don't play online games. I totally get that perspective, and it's totally fair. The problem is you don't want all the single-player people leaving the online game space, or online games won't be the vogue and they won't make money. That's kind of like the question... Warborn Above Ashes is a great game to check out if you're looking for a PvP war-centric game. They do a lot of things well. It's just with my hands the way they are right now, the character I have leveled, I can't effectively skill shot. So I don't want them to change a single thing about the game. I love the game. I wish I could play it. But I think they've nailed it. That's why I said it's no, not Ashes of Creation, Warborn Above Ashes. Nobody should play Ashes of Creation. Period. Nobody should play that game. Nobody should help them test that game. Everybody should boycott that game. That's honest to God, all the people that are still fans of that game. If you're truly a fan of everything you've gotten, keep playing the game. But if you want a better game delivered to you, the only thing that's going to get Steven's attention is if everybody boycotts the game and stops logging in. And again, if you're happy with the quality that you're getting, then you're happy with the quality you're getting. But 100,000 packs sold, and you know that your player base is so small, you've only created space for 12,000 players. So even you know your game is bunk. That's a questionable argument, especially PvE is the only part of the game. The multiplayer aspect could also be for dungeons or even using the marketplace. So single player is always big on MMO game. You're right, it is. Now, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be. You could go several different routes with a multiplayer game. You could go multiple routes with it. I'm not trying to say it has to be this. But what I am saying is many game companies, many game companies have identified we need to focus on the single player loop, or we're gonna lose our player base. Like, there's no debate there. Chrono Odyssey MMO coming out is focused on the single player loop. Arcade Chronicles MMO coming up. Well, they've said they're not an MMO. They've said they're a multiplayer online game. Hey, Rail, am I supposed to damage these guys before I use a capture grenade? Or is it just the capture grenade? Am I supposed to beat the shit out of this little guy for a second? Whoa! How come you play Once Human for so long? Is it that good? Yeah, it's that good. It's that good. You like the funky music? Talking about the background music or their music? I probably shouldn't have my music and their music playing at the same time. What am I supposed to do? Like, Arcade Chronicles is a game that's starting to pique my interest, especially with the recent video put out. Yeah, Arcade Chronicles is going to be an interesting game. It's going to depend on what direction they go with it. Are you going to go get him? What the fuck? Okay, buddy. You're done, buddy. You're done. Back, okay. So, you have reward scenario challenges. Yes, I captured a guy. Thank you. Thank you. Give me all that. Thank you. Give me all that. Give me all that free XP. Thank you. There's a wish statue. Make a wish at the wish statue. Okay. Symbiosis. Works in the territory.
Our Securo Dex has gone up in value. Let's ask Lo what to do next.
Let's ask Lo what to do
You took your
next.
time. Come here.
I'm so fucking confused. But now I have a beaver and a dock. A beaver. That's a rowdy beaver over there. Is that non-AI voice acting? I imagine all their voice acting is AI. Claim experience reward. One second. I need to log in on my main and grab all this mailed shit. Otherwise I'm gonna end up grabbing it on this character accidentally. They took out the dressers we use for storage. Yeah, I had a feeling that was coming. I guess AI is getting better. When I think AI, I heard funny ashes. Well, what the hell is... I do not understand. There's so much I don't understand about today. First of all, let me... Some AI programs are better than others. Just to be honest, one site that really is really good is like 11 Labs. Their website is really good with the quality. Oh shit. There's my new toy right there. There's my new shit right there. I'll get back to you in a second. I just want to claim this stuff. Oh no, that's coming home with me. That's absolutely coming home with me. Like, that is gonna be the new, that's gonna be the new fucking war crimes, man. It's gonna be, we're fucking some shit up. Is chili considered a soup? Yes. Chili would be considered a soup. Well, chili would be considered a stew. Yeah, it's more a stew. How could they bring the soul back to this? Great question. The number one thing that they would need to do is they would need to divide their development team into 4 teams. Or 2 teams or 3 teams, however many teams they want. And they would need to decide what do we want? What do we want our game to be? What do we want it to be? Do we want it to be 2 games? Do we want to do like pull a Fortnite and have the Save the World campaign and the Battle Royale? So do we want to take all the PvP modes and put them on one client and all the PvE modes on another client? And then what they need to focus on is you can't have a bunch of half-assed content. You need to have good quality content. And they get there, right? Starry Studios gets there. The Prime Wars are good. But then what they did with the Prime Wars is they just made them harder and harder and harder. But then, so what? Yeah, it's a looter shooter theme park with base building. With different themes in the different scenarios. Absolutely. They need to get back to base defense. If you want to have, if you want to be a survival game, which I want them to be, you need to have weekly base defense be a core component of your game.
Are you the visitor from another realm? How interesting now. I'm the leader of Verdant Arena. Many strong securement experts and rare deviations gather at Verdant Arena to challenge me now. But only those with valuable Securo Dexes have that right. If you defeat me, not only will your Securo Dex grow in value and grade, I'll even let you have one of my treasures. We arena leaders are among the strongest deviations in this realm now. If anyone knows how to stop the invading chaos, it's us. Oh, I know everything. Yeah?
I'm talking to a giant cat. I will say in Ashes, I love their idea of pub games as long as they do it right. Here, let me say this. I love the idea of a lot of things in Ashes of Creation. I think a lot of their ideas are really good. I think they don't know how to execute those ideas. I said years ago, when you were going to do APOC, then what you should have done is you should have created all the tavern games and put them on Steam. When I say theme park, I mean there's a general theme, but a lack of immersion in the sense that that does not feel like a real living world. I'm going to disagree with you on that. Theme park and sandbox have nothing to do with immersion. They have to do with player freedom. In a sandbox, you're literally given a bucket, a shovel, and some water, and you make the world. In a theme park, you go ride to attraction. Like, you walk down Main Street, USA at Disney World, and you have a choice. Do I walk towards the castle? Do I walk towards Frontierland, Adventureland, Frontierland, Fantasyland, or Tomorrowland. When I go into Tomorrowland and I reach Tomorrowland, do I go into the laugh floor? Do I ride Buzz Lightyear? Do I ride the Carousel of Progress? Do I ride Tron? Do I ride the Cartopia? Or do I shop? Or do I get something to eat? I don't think theme park or sandbox has anything to do with immersion. I feel it has to do with player freedom. Because you could, I'll tell you right now, EVE Online is the most sandboxy game other than Minecraft, because let's be honest, Minecraft is really a sandbox game as well. But there were too many hours of my life where I spent watching a movie belt ratting. Like, system with 38 belts in it, going belt to belt to belt, killing the NPCs, but having a movie on the other screen. I wouldn't really say that's immersive. In games like Ashes, I feel there's no player loop to hold the players. I started to wonder, that's the issue with Sandbox, it gets stale real fast. Well, no, Sneckers, you know as a developer.
This, the leader of each arena, is a powerful kick. That validation will increase your Securo Dex's value and...
That's cool. Don't know what that says.
By the way, why not try challenging a gym? That's right. You can get fusion materials from gyms, but before that, this is a fusion pod. Fusing deviations is
So, yeah, time to learn a new language. So, where you're saying Ashes of Creation has flaws, those flaws don't QED become flaws of a sandbox game. Oh, you're okay. I see you're doing. You're talking about immersion breaking. You're talking about it's not easy for you to suspend your belief. Because in order to immerse yourself in a video game, you have to have the suspension of reality. So I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're saying that it's not that the game isn't immersive, it's immersion breaking. Like, for example, Salty, I don't know if you saw Crusader King 3's big thing that they're doing right now with the fucking platypus on the throne. Shit pisses me off. Because that, I would never put a stuffed animal on my throne in CK3. I understand they need to make money. I get that. 100%. But I would never willingly put a stuffed animal on my throne. Oh my god, yeah. Go to the Steam page. It should still be the most recent news article. I get what you're saying now. You've got immersion and you've got immersion breaking. Complete the leader challenge in the Verdant Arena. Yeah, well, I'm gonna do that with my whopping two deviations. Oh, yeah. No, I'm not. I'm never doing that. I'm not saying Sandbox is bad because Ash is bad. I started to think about Sandbox in general. How to make the loop that will hold players, but I guess the possibility to do literally everything in the world, similar to Minecraft, is the way to go. When you have limited world and no content provided by theme park, you just run out of content very fast. And doing the same thing for 1,000 hours straight is not something that will hold players. You're right. You're absolutely right. Which is why you need to decide what type of game you're building. And it's not a matter of 100% theme park or 100% sandbox. It's a matter of, I think the game to look at right now that kind of has the secret sauce, the game to look at is Well, shit, man. Where are you getting all of these? Have I tried No Man's Sky? I have not tried No Man's Sky. Never really got into it. But Snickers, the game to look at right now is Eternal Tombs. The game to kind of like model it off of is Eternal Tombs, because their big cornerstone like feature is they plan on having active GM events. And I think where that is gonna be a big deal is because it solves the problem of what do you do when you don't have enough content. And when you don't have enough content, Rail and I only play once or twice a week we play about 3 hours a week because there's no content to do. And there's not, I mean, yeah, occasionally I log in and I grind a dungeon. I grind 20 runs through a dungeon. It takes me about an hour because I need the mod fodder. But, where the fuck is your base, man? Oh. You can't see your base because we're not in a hive. Games I'm looking forward to, Chrono Odyssey. Yeah, I gotta put you in the hive though. I can't see your base because technically we're strangers. I don't have any friends. Put an X in world chat so I can find you easily. I think where game companies have gone wrong all these years is... How the hell are we already friends and it said I had no friends? In an MMORPG, I'm sorry, back that up. Somewhere between a tabletop and a LARP, right? I ran a LARP of like 200 players. The trick to that is you gotta give me you have to give me permissions. I ran a LARP. Wait, I wonder why does Universal ask to put X in global to find someone? Is the X from that? No, it's X from EVE Online. Is I know it from X and EVE Online because it's so impossible to find people in EVE Online. The person that you're supposed to warp to is an X in Fleet Chat. That's where I know it from. I'm sure it probably comes from somewhere else. But you're absolutely right that you want your player to have a list of things they want to do that day when they log in. And what you want is you want there to be enough content popping up throughout the day that their list never gets empty. Because a player's empty list means they have no reason to log in. And so you want to make sure that there's different amounts of content. Do I think Eve has too large of a learning curve? I think Eve has a terrible player acquisition funnel. I think Eve's failure was simply because new players had no way to get involved with Eve. I think Eve continues to fail now because nobody wants to join a game where they're going to be 20 years behind. No, the learning curve is still terrible as well. The learning curve is gross. Now, I know a couple of years ago, maybe about 8 years ago, they finally got around to putting a tutorial in. But where the issue was, why are you guys all popping out? Nobody told you to come out. What's up, Magistone? Eve is, you're right that when you start playing Eve, you're very quickly going to realize, shit, you're never going to catch up. That is where the disheartening part of Eve Online comes in. And also, Eve has a lot of new players driven out of it by shithead behavior. And there's nothing you can do to fix shithead behavior. There's nothing you can do at all. What the fuck? So they give us a DE50, but they give us a DE50 that we can't equip. You never played Eve, but to a degree, I hope that Star Citizen will be a better Eve. Yeah. So a lot of people hope that. How do you think that can be combated? My instant thought is horizontal progression. What you need to have, if you want your game to be, how shall we say, not suck, is, yes, you need horizontal progression that throttles vertical progression. Hopefully I got the thing reinstalled right, did I? Yeah. So what you want is you want your game your gameplay loop to look like this. So you have power over here and you have time over here. And I know as much as people hate them, what you need is time gates. So let's say 6 months is your first gate. 6 months is really long. Let's make, and this is something that Warborn Above Ashes does, and it works. And I finally have seen a game put it into effect and it works. So I know it fucking works. I was so happy to see this. So here's launch, and here's 3 months. Now, obviously, Warborn Above Ashes isn't 3 months, but what they do is they put a hard cap in at level 22. So I'll use theirs. So what happens here is that you power level, and then you're stuck at level 22. You can't get any more power. Well, what that means is that they've decided that whatever this interval is, the enjoyment level for this player, I won't use that color because it's too close to our... The enjoyment level for this player, who's going to take almost the whole 3 months to level, you're at level 22, they're at level 19. They still have a statistical probability of winning fights. You have an advantage because you've no life grinded, but you're not so powerful that they can't have fun. Because what we have, unfortunately, with games that don't do gates is we have this. And you all know this person. You're looking at him. Here's launch. Here's max level power. Here's 1 week. And that's me. Now, I might be too old to do this now, but that's me. Inside the first week, I'm max level, and I'm already on the end game grind loop. Well, then, this person who's a dad or a mom, who works a job, who has kids, who has soccer practice on Tuesday night and band recital on Thursday night, they're like this. Right? But the flaw of the system is that the moment I'm here, the interval between us is so high, they don't ever have a chance. Well, then this person, and this is where gamers are irresponsible, and I will say this on behalf of the companies, when this person dies here, this becomes the final straw. And this isn't a log out and I come back tomorrow. This is an uninstall. This person had no chance. Now, unfortunately, the people who live up here, more than half of them are like, good fucking scrub, we don't want losers in our game anyway. The problem is, your game won't be for everybody, and that's okay, but who's your game gonna be for? And if you want to have 250 developers, then how many players do you have to have? You got to have how many players to support a development team that large? Then you better make sure your game is for triple that amount of players. All these game companies are shitting on ideas, and yet Warborn Above Ashes, to make sure that the person who can grind 24 hours a day doesn't get too far ahead, there's level throttles. And it's a great idea, because now the person that can play 20 hours a day, they get put into horizontal progression. They have different characters, they have alternative builds, they grind alternative sets, they grind extra gear sets, and those things are fine. Those things are great because it doesn't give them any more power gap. Yeah, sure, when you die and you have to go grind PvE content in order to buy new weapons and armor, that's fine. That person doesn't have to do it. But it means that you always had a fighting chance. Warborn Above Ashes does amazing things with their map. If you invade an enemy starter area, you do less damage. The enemy takes less damage. So you get penalized twice. If they've been stacking up all their control points in their own zones, they're much safer. I think that's the issue with these hardcore MMOs. You basically cut your budget by cutting the player market out of an already niche game. You're right, and the trick is this. Here's the trick. You can make the game have the systems that the niche players want, without making them core organic loops in the actual game. Arenas are great for this. But why do gankers not like arenas? Gankers don't like arenas because gankers aren't generally good PvPers. They're gankers for a reason. They pick fights they can win because they can't win fights against normal people. Well, unfortunately, I'm sorry, gankers. I'm not your mom. I'm not gonna coddle you. I'm not gonna pat you on the back and say, I'm so proud of you. The truth is you're a ganker because you can't win fair fights. And if that offends you, it's okay. You're allowed to be offended. You chose to be a ganker because you can't, in reality, win even up square fights. Ranked arenas, battlegrounds, you still have a ton of PvP and still allows players to enjoy the game, and I think that's the key for making the next gen MMO. Right. You have to have arenas, you have to have battlegrounds. In a game like Ashes of Creation, I'll use Ashes. If you're gonna have this great idea called node sieges and castle sieges, put them in as a battle mode so that everybody can experience to bait the hook. Have a 40 versus 40 siege system so that guilds can challenge each other and have shit talking rights. What games am I playing at the moment? I'm playing this is my main online game. I did check out Warborn Above Ashes. Great game. I have nothing but great things to say about it, but it's not a game for me because of my hands, because of my ability to physically play. But I think the game is great. I think it's got some issues, but I hope that they'll be able to work those out. Next week, or actually on the 30th, I'll be playing Final Fantasy Tactics as all my streams until I beat it. I love that game. That is my #1 game. I'm happy that I lived long enough to see it come out on Steam. I'm excited for a whole new generation of people to play it. Risky game idea. Create a game marketed and designed to specifically be whale versus whale. Whoever spends the most is the best player. Purchase power is infinite, and a player cannot progress in any aspects of the game without some sort of monetary payment. Great idea, but here's the problem. In order for whales to spend money, remember, in a pay-to-win game, if you're not swiping, you're the content. Salty Bread just got there. Whales need somebody to drop their whale shit on. That's why a game like ArcheAge, with all the power in the cash shop, you're not a... I want to help people out. You're not a free-to-play player. You're content. You're the other guy's content. Now, I do want to give a shout-out to an individual. His name was Squanky. Great individual. He never spent $1 on ArcheAge. He was one of the best PvPers, period, because he stole from everybody and used his in-game proceeds to fuel his gear. He didn't give a shit about decorations, cosmetics, costumes, nothing. He bought dope and ammo. He bought fucking... That's all he did. You can be... If you're really in the top 20% of PvPers on a game, you can rise to the top in a pay-to-win game if there's a way for you to progress in the game. But if there's nobody for you to shit on, whales won't play. Do I have grenades? Not yet. I used the last of my grenades to get a Rain Man. Now I have 3 of these little shitheads. Trying to get my feet underneath me. Which, by the way, Oh, that's good, man. I'm sure we'll end up finding I don't have any grenades on me. I'm sure we'll end up finding a shit ton of stuff. I don't like the fact that they started us in a new area. Also, we didn't prep to come to this scenario, so we don't have... Normally, the first hour we're on a scenario, we have chainsaws, electric drills, we bring in tacos. So this is, like, later on today, we'll get shit sorted out. But, honestly, this is not what I was thinking when I thought about Project Deviation. And I'm gonna say this, they're gonna get fucking sued. I don't see Nintendo not suing Starry Studios over this. Now, because Starry Studios is Chinese, I don't think this scenario is in any danger in China. But I would not be surprised if within the next 2 weeks we get a notice that this whole game mode is just gone. It wouldn't surprise me in the slightest, because they basically have copied Pokemon. Like, at one point, at one point, one of the characters, you literally say, Dr. Teddy, I choose you. Like, that's tongue-in-cheek if you're not doing... Yeah, risking their neck creating Pokemon approximations. Like, it's one thing to do, like, to pay homage to a game. It's another thing to have a pet combat game where you say, Dr. Teddy, I choose you. That's kind of pushing it. That's kind of saying, fuck you, make me, to Nintendo. And since Nintendo just got awarded their patent, yeah. I see Nintendo suing them. Without a doubt. Is it really worth it? That's a great question. I don't think it is, but yeah, China doesn't give a fuck about patents. Absolutely. But when they're published in America and Europe, Nintendo will sue them in American court and European court. Yeah, Nintendo can sue their publisher in the US. That's why. Because the game is on Steam, they can get an injunction, and then Steam will say, as long as that is in, the injunction says your game can't be live. And Steam absolutely has a American presence. How do I think WoW has held on to its popularity for so long? One reason WoW has held on to its popularity is this. There are people who have continuously had their WoW subscription for 20 years. There are people who have passed their WoW accounts down to their kids. So there are kids that are 10, 11, 12 playing on mom or dad's account. WoW is good. WoW's success is the full map open on the new scenario. No, it is not. And the full map, this is the starting point. And then these open up in subsequent weeks. No, WoW's, let me tell you, WoW's success is not recreatable in the MMO space anymore. Period. Dot. The next time the WoW window will open is virtual reality MMOs. remember, when WoW launched, WoW was either the 21st or 22nd big MMO in the Western world. The things that it did, think about EverQuest and having to go in there and program what your buttons did. And think about Final Fantasy 11 having to go in and program what your buttons did. Okay? And now think about WoW, where you drag an icon to a graphic user interface. I mean, not comparing not apples to not apples, but why did Lotus 123 go out of business in record speed after Microsoft Office came out? And the reason is because if you remember Lotus 123, I'm dating myself, but on Lotus 123, you had that little, wow, you guys can't even see the fucking keyboard. Fuck, man. So on Lotus 123, you had that little paper slip that went around the F keys. And then the F key did something, Shift plus the F key did something, Alt plus the F key did something, and you had to learn. Lotus 123 was the spreadsheet. I don't remember what the word processing program was. But when Word came out and all that shit was graphical interface, holy shit, that radically changed. That radically changed fucking working on a computer. And it was so much better. Like, I was really good at Lotus 123, and I was what the fuck? Now it's gonna bother me. Lotus Word Pro. Word Perfect. Word Perfect. Word Perfect. And so why did Windows catch on and none of the other, why did Windows catch on and not Linux, not Unix based systems? Because it was all graphical interface. At the end of the day, that's how it worked. So at the end of all things great, WoW came out. They did a great marketing campaign. They were all graphical. They made video gaming mainstream. And you're not going to capture that again. Lightning's not going to strike twice on that. But for anybody to say, well, I don't think that I don't think that it could ever happen. It could happen again. It couldn't, because now MMOs kind of suck. Can we all agree? The next MMO that comes out, as long as it's not dog water, it's going to capture market share. It's absolutely going to capture market share because people are thirsty. People are thirsty for an MMO. When we say success, are we talking financially? Yes. Great question. The only measure of success for a video game is financial success. Look at how successful Throne and Liberty was, and the game was just so shit, but it wasn't successful. How do you, by what measure do you say Throne and Liberty was successful? How much money did they make? Okay, what I want to say when some people say the success rate, right? Explain to me, and I'm not being a dick, explain to me how this made money. Amazon indicated a player base of over 3 million in its first week and more than 4.5 million in the first month. Really? Really? 10% retention in the first week? And less than 10% retention in the first month? How can anybody say that Throne and Liberty was financially successful when Amazon has never released any financial data? If you have financial data from Amazon, Amazon has never released. I just assume it made money that it deserved. This game should have flopped. But the thing is, it was a free-to-play. It was a free-to-play game. And at free-to-play, it did that. What you hear is people talk about Throne and Liberty had 24 million hours in the game. More than 11 million hours watched on Twitch. And what? Honestly, who gives a shit? It didn't... Amazon never released any figures because they know that it did shit. If it was doing great, they would have said, oh my god, this game is doing amazing. Amazon's not the developer on it. They're just the distributor. So Amazon's not losing money on development. They might be losing money on, say, purchasing distribution rights. Did Amazon cancel their Lord of the Rings MMO? Okay. Yes. Yes, they canceled their Lord of the Rings MMO. The one that they were in conjunction with the Chinese company. Then Amazon went back to the Tolkien estate and cut a separate deal so that, yes, they are working on a Lord of the Rings MMO prequel. I think his name is Christopher Tolkien. Don't quote me on that. He doesn't revere the estate the way other people have. He gives a shit about making money on it. He licenses the shit out of Lord of the Rings. So I would not be surprised. Yeah. The search for Gollum. I would not be surprised if we literally see 2 Lord of the Rings MMOs launch at the same time. Which is basically just fist fucking the estate and the IP, but you know, you gotta do you. He's gonna do what's good for him and his wallet. Right, I gotta go get scraps so I can make more grenades. Come on, guys. Do they not follow you? They just... Wow. Somebody launched it. Come on, guys. Do you not follow? What the hell sort of battle pet system do the battle pets not follow? Oh, who's the new one? Do you know the name of the new executor of the state? Because that guy is just fucking... He doesn't give a shit. He's fist fucking the IP. Michael? Yeah, he fucking licensed. Oh yeah. That sounds familiar. That sounds familiar. But yeah, Christopher protected the IP, and then the Michael just fucking licensed it to everything. Okay, now why are you guys following me now? The Lord of the Rings Mines of Moria game seemed like a cool idea. I do agree with you. I do agree. It seemed like a really good idea, but it was a very shallow game. Absolutely. Survival base builder in Moria is a really good concept. Yeah, you're right. And that's where, like, for all the people that think I just indiscriminately shit on Ashes of Creation, I genuinely wanted Ashes of Creation to be successful. I really did. I wanted the game to be successful. The problem is the shit that they do. It's like somebody needs to finally say to Steven, you're not the smartest guy in the room. But I think he suffers from what many people will tell you is rich guy syndrome, and people don't want to offend the rich guy. So nobody ever tells the rich guy that he's not the smartest guy in the room. Like, look, man, you are 8 years into development. You are 5 years late. See, sounds like you saw recent events with Steven banning people on Discord. Yeah, Steven banned people on Discord. Then he put my name in his mouth. And then here's the thing, man. You want to talk about I'm the one obfuscating the truth, then why haven't you answered any of the videos that I've made? Because I put out a number of videos with an awful lot of questions for you. If you're the transparent developer, why don't you answer them? If you're the transparent developer, then answer the questions. They don't want to answer the questions. Because they know that they don't have good answers. And that's not me trying to be it's not that he even takes the fifth. He ignores that the question exists. Like, you don't want to answer why you have investors when you specifically on numerous occasions said you don't have investors, but I'm the one who masquerades the truth. And so, at the end of the day, everybody deserves exactly what they get. Did they ever fix the keyword triggers in Once Human? Yes. There was a lot of work done making sure the keyword triggers actually trigger. Oh, that's cool. Oh, I like that. Oh, that gives me a reason to play this scenario, even if I don't play the Pokemon part. All the fucking mystical chests have blueprint fragments. I like blueprint fragments. Alright, are any of these guys getting any XP? Rail, none of my deviations are getting any XP. Do they have to do like the kill shot? I really don't. Really don't like this scenario. I really don't like this. I really want a rule book. Oh, they killed the guy. Guys, don't kill the guy. Oh, sons of bitches. Yeah, they got it. They get XP. So I'm very confused. Pokemon part sue Jalan. Yeah. Can't sue me. I didn't make this shit. Yeah, so XP 0 out of 20. XP 5 out of 30. XP 15 out of 25. So that guy just leveled. He just leveled. Because he was level 5. How did I get a gun? I made a gun. The first gun that they give you is the wrong item ID. I could tell when as soon as I saw the weapon, they gave you one of the other. You'll notice that you won't be able to make any of the advanced weapons. At least not it. Maybe they included that change that I submitted that people will hate me for, but they can fucking hate me. You can't see any of your advanced guns at tier 1. But yeah, you can make a gun. Yeah, I'm gonna let them completely kill. Oh wait. This is no bunny crouch. No bunny specials. My God, it takes them forever to kill. Okay, so did you get any XP that way? 15 out of 20, 20 out of 30, 5 out of 30. Yes. That's how they get XP. Riveting gameplay. Yeah. It's odd to me they created this specific narrative in regards to development of this game and are afraid of changing that narrative. It's a game in development, things change. Things might not go according to plan. I got really disenfranchised with the whole thing after they refused to be honest about what's happening. Well, yeah. At the end of the day, transparency only matters if you're being transparent and honest. If you're showing something, but you're not being honest, then what's the point? The funny part to me is when a company only responds to you reporting bugs, exploiting problem with the core gameplay is just stop logging in and go away. Then you know that company doesn't give a flying fuck about open honesty and having a dialogue with their players. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I remember 20 fucking years ago. I was playing Final Fantasy 11 and I saw a door that I had never seen before. And I went in the door. And then all of a sudden I was in, you know, there were 3 GMs standing by me and the GMs are like, "Why are you here?" And I was like, "'Cause I came through the door." And they said, "What door?" And I said, "The door in Juno." They said, "The door in Juno doesn't work." I said, "The door in Juno was open." I walked through it. It's a door I'd never seen before. So we all teleport back there. We walk down the stairs and sure enough, the door is open. It's like, they asked me like, "Would you have put in a bug report?" I was like, I didn't know that I found a bug. I thought I found new content. There's a door open. But, oh, fuck, cold coffee. When you don't want feedback, then just say you don't want feedback. And just keep it that simple. Yeah, guys, we don't want feedback. We're not looking for feedback at this time. What we're looking for is, we're looking for you to test it to see if what we've built works. but we don't really give a shit about your opinion. We don't really give a shit about your opinion on the quality of it. Then just say that. Just let people know. But it was like, I'm not... The Karthos had been told, stop putting in feedback. Other players had been told, stop putting in feedback. If you don't like it, take a break. For example, you release content and it breaks the game because you release trade packs and you didn't bother to test whether or not mount speed was being applied to trade packs. So guilds that are large and organized, and rightfully so, and I'm not saying that guilds that are large and organized shouldn't have an advantage, because they should. If you're doing a guild-based game, yes, guilds should have an advantage if they're organized. But guilds were able to move an obscene amount of trade packs without using the game system that was specifically designed for moving trade packs, because the mount system wasn't interfacing with the trade pack system right. Well, there's a problem there. And the problem becomes it not trying to be a douchebag, right? But then you're not testing things before you're sending them to the live server. Yeah, if you talk about it in the official Discord, the reaction of players will be, they didn't test it because we are the testers. But then why? And that would be fine. That would be a fine fucking answer. If a studio said it wasn't tested before deployment because we've allowed people to buy in, I would say cool, great answer. But then why a couple of years ago did you beat your chest and say we have a QA team? Because if you're not gonna fucking QA this shit, then don't beat your chest about having a QA team. And then everything's fine. Be like, yeah, you guys are the testers. But if shit's being deployed in a broken state, right? Then why are you in 24/7 testing? Why are you not in basically test it, get a list of things to fix, take it down, test it, or take it down, fix it, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, they need the QA team who'll test the cosmetic shop to make sure that it works. I'm not gonna say anything to you because unfortunately some companies have done that already. And again, it's not being a jerk, it's not being rude, it's giving you feedback, but it's giving you actual feedback, and it's not giving you, I'm gonna kiss your ass feedback. Here's the feedback. I don't like this fucking cosmetic, it bothers me. Here's the feedback. Your game has great ideas, but it has piss poor execution. Sorry. This game, this seems like, this scenario absolutely seems like they did this scenario as a marketing thing so they could market, do a crossover with Palworld. But based on some of the things they're doing with their cash shop, I really do believe they are struggling financially. Okay, so they do gain hit points when they're away. I wrote several long threads about Ashes on the forums, but I mostly stopped doing that because Intrepid ignores the feedback that is not the current theme of the sprint. So they either ignore the post or give the PR response and that's it. You're right. at the end of the day, I'm gonna give you a once upon a time in a land far away. Once upon a time in a land far away, I was just a young little lieutenant, but I have a knack for contingency operations. And I was given an impossible scenario. And I was told, we need to get a number down to this. And I said, that is an impossible scenario. The way we do things is we're at a 29-hour deployment window, and you're asking me to take 3 hours off of it. Now, I was already a CPI guy as a sergeant. So I was a lieutenant, and I was in charge of deployments, and I got told, yeah, only wants the feedback if it's throwing it back. I said, and keep in mind, I'm an O2 in a room full of all O6s. And I said, gentlemen, if you want me to take 3 hours out of the deployment window, then I need permission to do it my way, because I don't know all the things you do. So I don't know, as rules, these are limiting factors. And they said, yeah, but you're not going to be able to shave much more than 3 hours out of it. And I said, well, let me do it my way, and I will give you the honest to God best CPI analysis I can give you. And so my group commander said, well, this guy is really shit hot from his time as a sergeant. That's why he got his commission. Let's let him do it his way. They were They were looking for 3 hours shaved out of a 29-hour process. When they let me do it my way, we shaved 10 hours off of a 29-hour process. Because I didn't live with the idea of, well, I can't do this and I can't do that and I can't do this other thing. I simply said, what way makes sense? What is the best way to do this? And then when everybody pushed back and they said, well, I don't like, it doesn't matter what the fuck you like. Well, the way we've always done it. Well, we're not doing it that way anymore. Like, and when the bosses saw what was possible, they eased off a little bit and they said, getting this down to sub 20 hours really puts a lot of unnecessary stress on people. But we love the fact that we got it down to a lot more than 3. When you keep doing something in a broken way, you're always going to produce a broken outcome. And it's not being mean, and it's not being rude, and it's not being condescending to say the Tony DiNozzo from NCIS. If you always do what you've always done, then you'll always get what you always got. Sometimes you need a shakeup. Sometimes you need somebody to come in and say, why are we doing it that way? Well, that's the way we've always done it. Well, that's great, but I don't do things that way. I need a reason. Well, because if you think about it, in theory, you could sit on the edge of your bed, put one leg in your pants, and then put one sock on, and then tie one shoe, and put the other foot into your pants, put the other sock on, put the other shoe on and tie that, and then stand up and button your pants and zip them up and latch the belt. You could do it that way. You could. It's probably not a very good way to do it, but you could do it that way. Anyone remember the original Final Fantasy XIV retainer system where they didn't have an auction house and you had to search through hundreds of retainers in a building for the items you needed? Yes. And that is bad execution of a good idea. How do we take that idea and we expand on it? Our player stalls a good idea. Not in a game like Final Fantasy XIV. Player stalls in a game like Arcade with castles or Ashes of Creation with castles. Great idea. Having a searchable item system is established game design now. It's been learned and utilized for decades, and it's not using it has proven a failure numerous times. Okay, so let me say, I like the idea of player shops. I really do. If I built an MMO, I agree with Steven on the idea of no global auction house. I think that's a good idea. Now, there's two different routes we could go with no global auction house. We could go the EVE Online route, where there's a global market, you can see into it, but that doesn't really work for a fantasy-based game. It works for EVE Online because Aura, your computer, talks to all the star stations, space stations, and says, what do you have on the market? Or, I love the idea, right, of stores and shop stalls in a town that have to be bid, bought, rented, taxes paid, to a point where I loved the idea where some people were like, everyone in my guild is going to have a store. And I was like, yeah, fucking chumps, man. Everybody in my guild is going to get paid 85 cents on the dollar. And then I'll sit there with the second screen and keep listing everything because you're getting 85 cents on the dollar. And then we have one store. We have one stall. And everybody makes money that way. I think the idea is great, but the rest of the game has to support it. And that's where the flaw is. The problem with player stalls is most games don't put in an advertising system that allows stalls to notify players what they have to buy. So many players aren't going to tolerate going shop to shop just to find a green dye. You're right. You're absolutely right. So we have to look at it. What do we do? We don't have Final Fantasy 14 1.0 where there's 700 vendors. What we do is we have it where, and I'll steal Ash's design because they have no problem stealing from ArcAge. So in a level 3 town, there's one store and 8 stalls. That's it. That is it. So the longer you hold the stall, the higher your weekly rent is. Now, you should be able to make a lot of money because you have a finite commodity. You have one of the only 9 places players can sell. No, that's not Ash's design. This is what I'm borrowing from their design. When you upgrade the node, the settlement, to level 4, then a second store comes in and 8 more stalls come in. Then you can take the original Final Fantasy 1.0 design and then you can decorate the stalls based on what you sell. You can make it look like a cooking store or a cooking stall or a weapon stall. Level up again, another player store. Level up again, 4 stores, 32 stalls, and that's it. So what happens? You have to either have a really good, and I agree, you got to have a marketing system. On the map, just like in Once Human, we can put an advertisement on our vending machine. Whatever you decorate the store as, the stall as, is the icon that shows up on the minimap. That way, when people are looking for green dye, they're looking for alchemist or clothing, wherever we nest green dye. Well, then the players, if they're smart, what they start to do is they start to talk among themselves. And they set up a good storefront. They set up a great storefront. If you read the book, Rift's The Splindimensional Market, they talk about how it's hundreds of vendor stalls with no organized rhyme or reason. Sometimes the vendors themselves don't even know the value of the items they're selling. I love the chaos. The chaos doesn't translate well into a MMO. It also leads to an idea where you say a searchable database. We talked earlier about immersion versus immersive. Well, immersion is, I don't really want to have to check every one of these stalls to find green dye. So we're only going to allow 4 stores and 32 stalls. Well, then we can make the interface say, you can have a guy, excuse me, Mr. Beaver, where might I find green dye? Oh, green dye is found at these stalls. Let me mark your map for you. And then then you can go there. I think we need to be a little bit forgiving if we want to have player-driven shit. We got to do some gamification on it. Yes, in a real-world scenario, like as a storyteller, I never let my players do a dice roll to find an item in the market. If they're like, I want to do a perception check so I find this item. No. You can do a perception check right here. You can do a perception check right here to see if you see it, but that doesn't mean you can't instantly do a perception check on 8 stalls around you and see what they have in the back. Library assistant, thank you. That's the next piece. The other thing you could do is you could have NPC retainers. I saw Project Gorgon does that with golems. You could have NPC retainers that you send out into the market to try to find an item at a price. Now, the problem is, remember, you can be lazy or you can be rich. You say, I want to buy green dye for 45. Well, the green dye was for sale for 30. But because you sent your retainer out, it bought it for 45 because that's the instruction you gave it. So you could then build a system where you have smarter assistants and smarter retainers. There's a lot of directions you could go with it. But you have to be thinking to yourself, how much ass pain do I want to make the market? How much of a core feature of the game do I want to make the market? If you want your game to be like EVE Online level market, then you have to be willing to put some ass pain in. Because the ass pain is why you go down these... Guys, are you not gonna... So I guess the deviations only like to attack other deviations? My guys are leveling up a little bit. Well, that's good. But it's how much horizontal progression do you want to build? Now, what did I see Snecker say? I think having a list of stores in the node you can filter for the item is very convenient for the player. Having like 30 stalls per node might not be enough. How someone sells an item if he doesn't have a stall? Ah, Sneckers, you asked $1 million question. How does somebody sell something if they don't have a stall? Because you do buy orders. So you do buy orders, so people are buying and they're reselling and they're making the profit just like the real world. And then you say, well, I don't want to give up my profit. Okay, well then go somewhere there's an available stall. You might not be able to be in the main commerce hub. That's okay. Go to the closest point to a dungeon. Well, people aren't going to buy cosmetic dye at the closest point to a dungeon. No, but what are they going to buy? What will they buy there? And sell the things they are going to buy there until you have enough money to buy a stall where you want. It should be a reward, which is why I also say a critical part of that is the rent goes up. Weekly market stall bidding would be an interesting concept. You could do it that way. You absolutely could. I would say weekly would be a little rough. You could do monthly. Absolutely. You also could do some stalls if you want to allow the player government to have control. some stall, like, remember, you don't give the player government full control. You give them the amount of control you want them to have. They can't say you have the stall permanently, but they could say, Jalan, the mayor leases you your stall at a, you have first right of refusal on a 5% increasing cost. So this week, your stall costs 100. Next week, it costs 105. The next week, it costs whatever 5% over 105 is, so like 110 and 110.50-ish. And it keeps going up. At some point, because I took that deal at the beginning, the mayor can't change my deal. And some players would be like, well, I want to be able to change the deal. That's cool. I'm not giving you the option to. As the developer, we don't want you to be able to change that option, which means because I took a contract that increases by 5%, at some point that market stall is going to go on the market, on the open market again, because I'm not going to pay 150,000 gold this week for this market stall. Decline renewal. I simply am not going to do that. Now, everyone's going to be bidding on it. That right there, okay, that creates the dynamic you're talking about. This all sounds like great game design concepts for a world where players aren't min-maxed freaks ready to intentionally ruin all the fun in a game. You're absolutely right. So what do you do about min-maxed freaks? You make it impossible to be a jack of all trades. You must make yourself a master of one. So for example, if you want to make it so that people can't become min-maxed freaks, do what Ashes of Creation's original design idea was. The stronger you make yourself in one area, and I love the fact that this has this right here, right? The stronger you make yourself in this area, the weaker you make yourself in that area. You can choose to be very generic and be really good at everything in the middle. Or you can specialize in being really strong against physical attack, and then you will become really weak to magical attack. Well, then they'll just party up with people. Yes, as they should. As should you. Did you say that the town administration should have the ability to decrease or increase the stall free? No, I think that the best way to do it would be either a fixed time period and you get it for 3 months and then you must give it up or you must rebid on it, or you do it as each week it goes up by a fixed percent. You could also give a discount program if you're doing a guild-centric game. What you do is members of the Paradox Guild get their stall for cheaper because their guild matches the mayor's guild, and we've declared certain guilds enemies, so they either can't rent stalls at all or they pay a much higher rate. But what you don't do is you don't allow the mayor to ever change it where, well, they picked a 3-month lease and now I'm going to make it so that they can go on weekly. Well, no, they took a 3-month lease, they get a 3-month lease, that stall must be rebid on, and then the buyer or the seller or the town, however you decide, whichever rule set, it determines how it is next. This market stall is going up. Well, I'm bidding 50,000 gold to have it on a week to week. Well, I'm bidding 155,000 to have it on a 3-month lease. Well, you'd have to have some sort of weight to the system to say which one of those bids is the winning bid. Or, in that regard, the mayor, if it's his resource, could say, because the computer says these bids are equal, then you choose who gets it. Not I bid a gold and the mayor says, oh, I give it to him. No, because that bid doesn't go to an option for the mayor to choose because it's not an equal bid. I personally like bidding since it creates a more dynamic market. It might be more profitable to move into a poorer area just because the stall fees are lower. Exactly. So one of the things I talked about with Ashes and their original idea, you get a powerhouse guild. You get a powerhouse guild that everybody fucking hates. And one node over, you say, okay, I'll buy lumber at this. So they have to pay more. Okay, well, I'll pay their price plus 10%. And so they have to pay more. Okay, well, we're an economic powerhouse. They're a larger guild, but we have more gold. So I'll buy logs at 3 gold each. And then that mayor's like, well, fuck, man, I can't do any building because nobody will sell me logs. I guess all your PvPers just turned into fucking lumberjacks, didn't they? Because you said about the min-max to hell shit. Well, you've robbed everybody's caravan. Life skillers don't want to work with you. And I'm buying all the lumber in the area, so it's all coming my direction. Now your PvPers have to be, fuck, man, now I gotta go get a lumberjack's axe and go fucking chop trees. They were going to have it set up where you could set up your freehold as a store, and then they decided to basically shit on their own freehold system, so I don't know what direction they went. I don't actually know what direction they went with that. Unlock fusion pod, build a fusion pod. Make glass. And if you have different regions specializing in certain resources, it creates a situation where you'll have to consider the economical aspect before declaring war on someone who produces something important. In this type of system, a smaller guild could be powerful simply because of what they produce, and others would be inclined to protect them. Yes, now you're fucking getting it. Now you're fucking getting it. Now you're all about it. Because now what you're talking about is we're not doing just might makes right. This is one place where Star Wars Galaxies started off and then didn't get it right. It's one place that EVE Online started and then their devs were cheating and they got it wrong. It's one place where if you want life skillers to be important, life skill leveling needs to not be something you can do AFK. Life skill leveling needs to be something that you play all day, every day as a life skiller. And you're not really good with a bow, and you're not really good with magic, and you're not really good with a sword. But you literally focus on life skilling most of your game time. Well, there's not a lot of players that want to do that. That's the point. What you do is you leverage the fact that people aren't going to want to do that. And then they become content in and of itself. Hey guys, I need you to take me through Molten Core. And I'm going to be a carry because I'm not really good at combat. My character class, I'm a level 50 blacksmith, but I'm only a level 31 caster. I'm going to need you guys to carry me through Molten Core. Why? Because at the end of the dungeon, after we beat the final boss, there's a 15-minute window where I can use the crafting bench. And I need to make their flame armor, and I can only do it there. Now think about that. Now think about it instead of treating life skilling as a separate system. Think about life skilling as reality. What the hell is going on? Low barrier to entry, high ceiling crafting is my preferred. Let everyone make their own gear through early game, but then slowly require them to dedicate more and more life skill as you progress, and people will self-sort as they play. Yes. Yes. Absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely 100%. Also recognize that you can't have it where everybody can do all their base gathering. Gathering needs to be its own silo. Crafting needs to be its own silo. Now, crafting can be split into crafting and processing, but it doesn't have to be. When you were playing Ashes, the Pirates Guild was zerging the entire server. Yeah, well, of course they were. And again, for anybody that thinks I'm shitting on Envious or Polar or whatever the fuck their name is, I think that the way they're playing is exactly fine. I think the way they're playing is completely acceptable because Steven cannot say he wasn't aware these things were going to happen, because many people in the last few weeks have been messaging me saying, you already did videos, you already did shows, and you already told Steven this is how people are going to exploit the corruption system. Yeah. When I said to Steven, this is broken, and he said, well, let's just implement it, and we'll see how it works. I'm like, okay, I don't need to implement it to see that it's not going to work. I already know it's not going to work, because as a LARP storyteller, when there is no consequence for people, if you're familiar with Vampire the Masquerade, it is considered a really big fucking deal to break Elysium. It is a fucking, like, you are blood hunted, you are Camarilla blood hunted, you get a negative status of Elysium breaker, you lose the protection of Elysium is a concept in Vampire the Masquerade where it doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what crimes you may have committed. As long as you have not committed the crime of breaking Elysium, one vampire in the city can attack you, and it's not the prince, it's not any of the hierarchy, it's the scourge. And he can only attack you on Elysium if you have the status of blood hunted. And he can only attack you in Elysium if you have the status of blood hunted from your prince. So let's think about this rule here for a second. A prince can't look at a guy and say you're blood hunted. He has to say you are blood hunted, and the hunt goes into effect in 24 hours. Meaning the person can leave Elysium, get the fuck out of the city. Not even the prince can sanction violence on Elysium. The prince appoints a keeper of Elysium, and then the prince is bound by the keeper's rules. So this is a big fucking deal. But when you can kill the prince and kill the keeper and kill the scourge and kill the sheriff, who fucking cares about the fucking rules? Who cares about the penalty? If, as we say from Final Fantasy Tactics, if the only punishment for a crime is a fine, then only the poor can be criminals. If two people are running around and one kills you, one takes you low, the other one kills you, then the first one doesn't get corruption, so he scoops your loot, kills his friend, scoops anything the friend drops, and we move on. Then really, at the end of the day, what's the fear? Then what are we worried about? So, could also apply the Mana Lord's development system to MMO regions where you decide on where your areas, what your area is going to specialize in. Individual players can still make some other goods for personal use, but the guild that controls the town cannot produce everything at mass scale in one settlement, since they cannot build all the different types of infrastructure. Would create a dynamic where you want to interact and be friendly with other regions. Yes, and that was what Steven kind of said. That was what Steven kind of said he was gonna do. Can you not take these guys out? That's gonna be a bad day. Oh, okay. You're absolutely right there. You're 100% correct. I don't know how to give you any more correct, right? What time is it? Yeah, we're gonna switch over to the other scenario. There's no way for me to say you're any more correct. You can either be a gathering town, or you could be a base processing town, or you can be a finished goods town. And if you did that, what you would have is you would have towns whose alliances would extend beyond their hierarchy, because they'd be selling things to other cities. Well, if they're selling things to other cities, that means other cities have their interests in mind. Why does that other city care about what's going on? Because we supply them with the shit that they need. Well, why do you supply them as well? Because you can't buy everything we make. We produce more than you can purchase. So we have to have other clients. That's a great fucking system. But if we don't have, and this is where, like, and I don't understand, maybe somebody who's been following Ashes can tell me if this is correct or if I was given bad information. Did Steven say that the zones that the Riverlands is now going to cap out as a level 30 zone, that it won't have level 50 content? Because I didn't quite grasp what he was saying. Creates a natural hierarchy in a region as well. You cannot easily rebel, for example, if your town's economy is tied to your lieges. And then vice versa, the liege cannot fuck you over. And you're right. And that's a good system. That's a really, really, really good system. Because what it does is it creates rules inside of a set of rules, so that if people want to complain about them, they can. But it doesn't really matter what their complaint is. It's like, I have this complaint. Okay, I'm happy for you. This is going to be the... You get player emergent rules that gameplay this way. Yes, absolutely. You get player emergent rules. Where's this other event thing? You're absolutely, what you want is you want to build a living, breathing world. But yeah, when I heard somebody said the Riverlands in Ashes is going to be hard capped at level 30, I was like, well, then that defeats the entire defeats the entire purpose of what you said. That I kind of don't want that. Like, the point was that every zone could go to max level. So why the change. And if that change is wrong, if I misunderstood, or the person, I didn't misunderstand shit because I didn't go looking for shit. If the person who told me misunderstood, well, then that's a problem. But right now, Polar is playing Ashes of Creation exactly the way they should. We're max level, we're max geared, we're going to deny content, we're going to deny access to everything, because if we keep, the longer it takes you to get gear, to get levels, the more we kill you, the more we can control your XP, the more we can control, you know, what you have, then the stronger we are. That's exactly how they should be playing that game. Like, without a doubt. Oh, that's right. You need, Now, I don't understand. There's supposed to be another event going on. I thought it would be marked on the map. I guess it's not. Is it in the first stage of this, or does it come later? Hope it doesn't come later. That would be kind of boring. See, there's an AI problem. Dog not there yet? Pooch, you want to get, yeah, you want to get aggro on him? Thanks. Bounce build's not going to be the build I want for this. You said the other mods, Rail, you said the mods suck, the new ones. It's a shame too. Just hit me. Yeah, that's, you're spot on 100%. You want you absolutely want emergent gameplay. You want emergent gameplay. You want the players to, you basically want there to be theme park content for the people to do, but you want enough good rule systems so that the players keep themselves entertained, especially the players that play at a higher level, a more competitive level. You want them to be, I mean, I need that, but, well, actually I don't, because the camera doesn't come out of that. But you want there to be enough rules to keep, you want there to be enough rides, enough attractions for the players to go to. You also want to make sure, like, that's where you need to protect the interest of the smaller groups by giving them things to do that larger groups can't. And I know people don't like hard, fast denials, but think of it this way. Create guild levels. And if your guild is above a certain level, then your guild cannot control that resource node. Now, some people will say, well, they'll still do it because they'll make alts. And you're right. They will. They will make alts. But what you have to do then is you have to make it so that the competitive nature of the low-level guilds is against low-level guilds, and the competitive nature of the high-level guilds is high-level guild versus high-level guild. What you want is you want to have where they find very quickly they can make alts and they can be a nuisance, but they can't ever hold the things, because while you're supposed to be defending this low-level node during siege time or defense time or rotation time or whatever you want to call it, you're also got to be on your high-level character. And some people have said, and rightfully so, well, you'll run into a lot of situations where nobody contests the high-level guilds because the high-level guilds all make a deal to not be contested. You are right. You will have that. Which is why the system itself has to siege the high-level guilds. If you're not there attacking them, okay, NPC mercenaries show up to attack them. Well, what good would that do? It'd do a lot of good. Because then what happens is they can't do anything else during that 2-hour siege window. They have to stand there and defend their property. What they could have done, they could have played the content the way they're supposed to. But since they chose to not play the content the way they're supposed to, because they all bid on each other's scrolls and whatnot, now they're facing AI whose sole instruction is to spawn in and fuck they're not trying to win, although they will if given the opportunity. But what they are is they're there to just fuck up. They're there to destroy walls and destroy benches and just be a general nuisance of themselves. Well, why would I want to do that? Because you didn't want to defend your base against people who were trying to take it. So now you're defending your base against people who just want to fuck it up. Because it's amazing to me how quickly people will complain, but you're complaining that you're being given content? I think that's where we've lost the narrative. We've lost the game design. We're too worried about what the whiny bitches care about. Like, you're the people who ruin games for others. I don't really care about your opinion. If I care about your opinion if you become good sportsmen. I care about your opinion if you're like, how do we keep the game healthy? Like, Seamus was the leader of Pandemic Legion. Was that when I was in Pandemic Legion? Seamus's response was, he didn't go out in these massive fleets because we couldn't get fights in massive fleets. If he had 100 people, he'd send 50 of them one way and 50 of them another way. Be like, go get into fights. Because at the end of the day, it wasn't about it. The fucking bullshit nightly fleet roaming, get into fights. That was about just the lulls, man. That wasn't about holding territory or, destroying positives or destroying outposts. That was just about the fucking lulls. It was about go out, have a good time, get into fights. When it came time to hold territory, he had a completely different mindset. Is this fight going to result in me losing anything important? No? Then let's go have good fights. We could never find good fights. You're out in a fleet of 50, so they bring a fleet of 200. Then when your other fleet of 50 shows up and rendezvous with you, they won't fight you 2-1. Then what the fuck are we playing the game for? Oh no, you're gonna lose some ISK. Oh no. It's the same thing, these guilds, they make naps with each other, non-aggression pacts with each other, so they hold all of the content. Let's see how this works without tungsten ammo. I was told by my hive mate I'm not allowed to build this weapon. Oh my god. I'll take that. If I can get fucking wrecked. That explosion, I'll take it all day. This is using copper ammo. I don't even have good ammo in. I think they're bleeding money because everything they do now is related to deals at the cash shop. Like, they gave me a coupon today for a purchase at the cash shop. Let's go into the super value deal. So you see this, like, log in for 1 day to claim. You log in, so they give you a deal on making your purchases. When you buy stuff, right, they're giving you all, fuck's sake, $99, Golden Accord, Ash, fuck that. You buy this, you can add in something to add on for free. Like, I did it just because I give them support every month, so I needed Christian anyway, and then I got the log cabin house. I think they're bleeding money. I genuinely do. I think they're really desperate to fill up the kitty. So I would say they are probably in financial trouble, because the way they did their launch and the way they did their monetization, I love a game that has no paywalls. I love it. I think it's good, except it's not profitable. If you can play the whole game for free, how many players are actually going to give you money? Like, you got to adopt the mobile mentality a little bit. You got to say, you know what? You can play most of the game for free, but we're going to need $4.99 out of you. Give me 1 second. Alrighty. But no, I would imagine they're hemorrhaging money because they're aggressively trying to get people to spend money, which is usually a good sign that they're bleeding money. And you know, I know people, I know money's tight. I know people want a hobby, they want a distraction, they want this, they want that. But if you can't afford to throw a few bucks at the game you're playing, and you've played the game for thousands of hours, then it honestly, that's cool. Then you don't get an opinion though. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're not a customer. You're not a consumer. I don't like the way the game is going, then stop playing it. Well, it's free. Oh, so because it's free, you're okay with playing it, but you've played it for thousands of hours, but you don't think it's worth throwing a few bucks at. Well, then how do you expect them to make the improvements? How do you expect them to, like, not fire staff? Like, some people say, well, that's not my problem. Well, that's the double-edged sword of free-to-play. Free-to-play works in an ideal world where people will actually spend money if they think the product is good. But it's like, and I'm not saying I like any of these alternatives, but at some point, if you've played a game for 1,000 hours and you've never given them any money, I legitimately believe this. At 1,000 hours, there should be, even in a free-to-play game, at 1,000 hours, there should be some paywall. Like, it doesn't matter what you want to buy something. Gotta fucking deal with fucking insurance company. Buy the plain blue shirt from the shop for $1. You know what? Honestly, if that's what they need, then yeah, you have to make $4.99 in purchases. You can buy $4.99 this or $4.99 that or $4.99 something other. People will say, well, then I wouldn't play the game. What in the fuck is going on here? That's a lot of dead cows. I wouldn't play the game then. So you're telling me you played the game for 1,000 hours and they're asking you for $5 so they can continue development? And you think you've played a game for 1,000 hours and you suddenly don't think the game is worth $5? You might be the problem. I'm just saying, you might be the problem in this equation. You might just be the problem. And sure, build the plain blue, whatever. Sure, great. Sounds like a good plan. Okay, so I need to do this. People who want all games to be free are the same people who don't pay their parents any rent for living in their house at 40. Which now you understand why my kids get put out of the house at 18. That doesn't mean I don't help them, but they get the fuck out at 18. They either go to the military, they go to college, or they just plain go. Like, not trying to be a jerk, but if you have to stay, then how much you paying me to live here? Because I make sure my kids are ready to go to college. I make sure that my kids are ready to go. Like, I make sure they're ready. It's not like there's any big fucking surprise. My first MMO was a little bit of EverQuest, and then I played Final Fantasy XI primarily as my first MMO. So, Final Fantasy XI was really what I would say my first MMO was. Actually, really shocked that this is not Huntsman. Yeah, I got heavy into Final Fantasy 11 and then EVE Online. I guess at that point, your argument of them not even being a customer is valid as long as no money was spent along the way. Right. The moment you spend, if the moment you spend $1 on a game, because that's what you could afford to support the game with. The moment you spend $1 on the game, you're a supporter of the game. You have the right to an opinion. But when people are talking about, well, I don't give them any money. Well, then why should they give a fuck about your opinion? You haven't given them any money. Why would they care about your opinion? Like, why should they care about your opinion? Hello, little person. Holy fuck, when applying the bullseye to an enemy already marked by the bullseye, your attack increases by 20% for 5 seconds, and bullseye spreads to another nearby player. Holy fuck. We're making those. We're making those right there. That's crazy. Hi. If no one gives them money, it's a story altogether. You're right. And there's two things with that idea. If nobody gives them any money, then you have to start asking yourself an honest question. What's wrong with the game? And I think that is a completely fair question to ask. If nobody is backing the game, why is nobody backing the game? If half the people are backing the game and half the people aren't, well, then that's a different story too. That's the dropped gear, so we want to disassemble that one. I feel like free-to-play games is just inviting cheaters and little kids. Well, free-to-play games are if they sell power, they're inviting in content. Because if you're not swiping and other people are, you're the content. And it's not trying to be mean or rude or condescending or any of that, but if you're not swiping and other people are, you now know you're the content. Period. I don't want to hurt your feelings, but you're there to die. You are ultimately there to die. Ow. Look, I love you, but you won't let me clip your nails, and you need to go. I try to clip your nails, and you scratch me. Every 12 hits, trigger AoE damage, dealing weapon damage equal to 800% enemies to 8 meters. When hitting enemies with the bullseye, reload 3% ammo up to 15%. Crit rate plus 20% against targets with the bullseye. 8% crit. Yeah, this is a crit build weapon, not a... Shit, so I don't have a fucking mod for this. Okay, first of all, what we're gonna do. Inventory, gear H. We're gonna load the last Valor. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna swap to this. And we're going to... that. stop it. We're gonna put on those. Now I need to save, and I need to make a mod. I need to make a mod, even if it's not the best mod. So we need to go bullseye. Oh, we do have one. Haha, it's not great. It's 610. That's a 15-point mod. But that'll do for right now. Yeah, that'll do. That'll do, pig. That'll do. I honestly can't believe we don't have a VR MMO yet. Well, I'll tell you why we don't have a VR MMO yet. VR isn't far enough along so that people want to play in VR. VR is still one very, very expensive. So VR is very, very, very expensive to have a good setup. Number two, there is still a lot of issues with VR. Grabbing handles doesn't always work. You have to have a room that you can move around in. Like, I couldn't set VR up in this room. I would have to take all the bookshelves out, right? Yeah, people still get heat sick from using them, motion sick from using them. Somebody else is up. Did you hear him? You want to go get him? Go get him. Get him. So. Instantly, you know, and about a cat. One of ours had the same problem. Sharp as fuck nails, but can't stand to have them cut. Athena is the worst. Athena is the worst about it. She simply will not let me. She will not let me clip her nails. She's a little fucking terrorist asshole. Madcap. 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 Gotta look in all of my. I think I have some. Where the fuck did I put them? Oh no, I moved everything around. Where the fuck did I put them? Yeah, so the other problem is you can't just have, like, think about making a VR MMO. In order to make a good VR MMO, the first thing you have to do is make a good MMO. Amazon will absolutely mess up the new Lord of the Rings MMO. And here's why. Here's how you, like, you don't have to hope that they won't. You already know that they will. Amazon doesn't give a shit about making a good MMO. Amazon gives a shit about making money. That's all they care about. Amazon is the wrong fucking game studio to be making the Lord of the Rings MMO because they don't care about the MMO itself. They care about the money that comes with it. Look at New World. I thought Amazon already packed Lord of the Ring, and like, no. Amazon had a falling out with the Chinese company that had the public. Amazon was never lead on the first Lord of the Rings MMO that was heard about. Amazon wasn't lead on it. It was like Leiyao Technologies was lead. Amazon then negotiated for their own access to the IP as part of the whole, we're making Rings of Power. So Amazon can release their own Lord of the Rings MMO. Shit, man, I don't have a calibration, and I can't. Do I have any more? I don't even know. Oh, I don't think I can. I don't think I can import another calibration. So, what do I have for the time being? Crit damage, crit rate, reload speed. Not really what I want, but wasn't New World supposed to be at first what kind of like Ashes is? No, at first New World was supposed to be a sandbox open world full loot drop guild base builder. If you want to understand what New World was supposed to be, New World was supposed to be a larger scale Atlas. And then unfortunately, Amazon Game Studios kind of saw what Intrepid was doing and said, you know what? We're gonna look at what Intrepid is doing, and we're gonna kind of model ourselves after that. And then they didn't know what they wanted to do, and so during testing, people start saying, oh, well, you know what would be good? What would be good is if you made it like this, or if you made it like this, or if you made it more PvE. It was another problem of a game that lost its soul in the development. The MMO community also moved into New World community and really fucked up the vision, right? And then the worst part is it became a matter of, well, are you going to play the game? And everybody's like, oh, fuck yeah, we're going to play the game. We're going to play the game. Did they play the game? Fuck no, they did not. Fuck no, they did not. So there's not a lot there's not a lot you can do when players tell you that they're going to play the game and then they end up not playing the game. I see the same thing happening in Ashes. A certain type of community has taken over the community and are pushing a niche game design into an already niche game. Right, and that's exactly what's happening with Ashes, and Steven doesn't see it. And he's going to get exactly the game that he deserves, because it's okay if you don't like a person. But to ignore a person's ideas because you don't like the person is literally just saying, I want my game to suck ass. Like, here is a problem. Well, how do you know it's a problem? You haven't even given the game a chance. I don't need to give the game a chance to know that this particular feature is a problem. Well, how do you know? Because it's been a fucking problem in every other game it's ever appeared in. Well, those games were different. You're right. Those games were different. The system isn't different. If the system is a shitty system, it's a shitty system, regardless of what game that shitty system is in. It's like fucking Sally sells she shells. If the game system sucks, then you shouldn't be saying, oh, this time it'll be different. It's not going to be different. Stop wishful thinking. Stop hoping and wishing that the game's going to be, because it's not. So you're embarrassing yourself. There are certain game systems that are always going to be terrible. Full loot drop. Full loot drop is a great example of this. Full loot drop is always going to be a terrible system. You can really, really love full loot drop. And I'm not saying you can't love it. You can fucking love it. You can love full loot drop. But you have to understand that full loot drop is going to be kind of shit. Do I think Ashes will ever actually release? Yes, I think Ashes will actually release. It's why I asked the question earlier, does anybody know what they actually said about the Riverlands? If they start making huge changes to their game design document, then of course they'll be able to launch the game. they'll be able to launch the game because you just make cuts and cuts and cuts and cuts and cuts. And then you tell people to be satisfied. And then I see what I think is going to happen is we're going to go into November. They're going to do their marketing push. They're not going to make as much money as they need to make during their marketing push. And then we're going to see some sort of like problem statement come out in first or second quarter of next year. This thing is... Oh my God. This is ridiculous. This is why this weapon is so dumb. Oh shit, and I didn't put attachments on this one. God. Yeah, this is the new War Crimes. Oh, I did put attachments on. I must have copied my attachments. You're in an elevator with Steven. What's your elevator pitch to fix Ashes for release? I don't give him one. The reason why I don't give him one is because the only pitch to fix Ashes is the pitch that Steven won't accept. Because what's the problem with Ashes? Steven's the problem with Ashes. Steven needs to decide on what he wants, and then he needs to build that. And then needs to stop making changes. You're telling me that when people brought up years ago about the problems with the caravan system, instead of admitting there's problems with the caravan system, you decided to add in moving of individual trade packs. Well, why did you do that? Because you didn't listen to the problem with the caravan system. The caravan system needed to be scalable for different size caravans. Including, you know, one pack worth, one cargo worth, and then people can't be attacked. But you were so adamant that you had every possible answer that nobody else could possibly be right. When, like, I'm not saying that I have every answer to every situation, but when you're trained in project management, when you're trained in CPI, one of the things you learn is that you don't need to know how to do the job of the guy below you. On which engine do you think Ashes will release? I predict Unreal Engine 7. Ashes will release on Unreal Engine 5. I don't see Epic Games, releasing another engine. And even if they do, I don't think Intrepid has the money. I don't think they have the money to get to launch. That's my opinion. That opinion is based on the fact that Steven is now having to personally secure loans that Intrepid Studios is taking. Steven said once that he had a lot of friends that were willing to invest. Well, why is it then that you keep going back to the same one investor? These are just questions. He could answer them if he wanted to. This thing is so broken. I wonder if I could make a reload mod. Hold on, let me see if I have the toys. Let me see if I have the toys. Mods. armor. I loved the initial idea of Ashes. I absolutely love that shit, man. The initial idea of Ashes was no joke, like the greatest fucking idea of a game I'd ever heard of. The initial idea behind Ashes, if Steven had just built that, I think he would be in way better shape as a game maker. I think for the most part, it still is the best concept for a game that exists. The original idea, yes. The current, again, and until I have the definitive answer, I can't really speak on it. But we would have to know if the Riverlands is intended to be a level 30 zone or not. Because that answer right there tells me all the other answers I need to know. I think the November 18th update will tell us a lot. They've had 2 months of feedback at this point. From what I've gathered, the November update was originally supposed to be a big content drop, opening up more systems and finally all 8 archetypes. We keep being promised that once more the game is available, it will run and behave better and will be a smoother, better game. Is that the next big major update? Yeah, that's the next big major update. But here, let me just say this, and it may make me a douchebag, and that's okay. I got this new mod called Reaper, something for my feet, and it's so nice. It reloads my magazine each time I get 2 kills. Now I wish I had a mod that refill doesn't depend on kills. There is one, Brandon. There's a chest mod that'll reload every time you use a health pack. It reloads 100% of your weapon. Now that's the sauce right there for clearing trash. That's the sauce. The problem here is, and I don't give a shit what anybody's opinion is. I'm sorry, I don't. When you start marketing your alpha product, it means you're out of money. And when you're selling off chunks of your company, it means you're raising capital, and there's nothing wrong. No, this isn't my bounce build. Every mod you get everywhere, whichever dungeon drops chest mods, you'll eventually get it, or you can just make it. Once you're selling off stock for capital investment, it means you need money, and there's nothing wrong with that. But when you've made the community believe that the core viable product was going to be fully funded by you and you alone, and then, because that's what you said, like, it's not like some of the things that they've said were like, well, that's a matter of interpretation. Okay, well, if you think that you saying you were going to fund the core viable product, that you were funding that by, and here's the quote, I don't know how else you expect people to take it, but they're going to do, and they're going to do this November update, and it's going to be dog shit. And I don't mean to be crass. Well, they can't sell too much stock because as it is right now, they've already sold 9.7% of the company. But the reason why you don't want to sell stock to a bunch of people is because then you got to listen to a bunch of people because they're your shareholders. People tend to get a little pissy with you if you're not listening to your shareholders. Well, remember, that's not how it works. Unless you sell off controlling interest of your company. I could sell 49.9% of PGN Music, and unless I sold it as preferred stock with structured voting rights, as long as I have the majority vote, I don't have to listen to anybody. Like, it's not, I'm glad that you own 49.9% of my company. I'm glad for it. Shut the fuck up. I'm not listening to you. Now, where the problem comes in is that you've already sold 9.7%, and we know what you sold it for. Unless there's a typo in the legal documents, which makes me smile because I would never ever fucking ever sign business paperwork that has a typo. I don't even know how the hell nobody noticed the typo. Shit is this? Dog never got aggro on this guy. Yeah, that's the new P90. Yep. Yeah, only once human looks good on PC. It's a very greedy game. That's okay, Karthos. I'm not actually married. My wife's name is spelt wrong, and according to my lawyer, I could fucking dip and say my fucking marriage isn't enforceable. Has Steven still been doing his update streams? Yeah, they do one every month. As far as has he been playing, I don't know. I'm done with the Ashes of Creation content now because I've made the videos in response to him saying I masquerade the truth. If he doesn't put my name in his mouth again, I'm done covering Ashes again. The next time I'll have to cover Ashes is in November because they said this is our big marketing push. And then yesterday they just said, what do you guys feel about a fresh start server for November? We're not saying we're doing it. Like, what are you, fucking stupid? Yes, do a fresh start server. Like, what are you, fucking dumb? Like, do you need somebody to write this shit on your cue cards for you? Because, yes, you absolutely need to do a fresh start server for November. In fact, you don't have to wipe the server that already exists, but you absolutely have to do a new one. So otherwise, when you say, well, we're gathering data, no, the fuck you're not then. You're fucking not. And you notice that they will never, ever answer the specific questions. Well, how do you justify saying that you're getting data when you're making major patch changes every other day? You know who says masquerading the truth? Someone who knows they would be fucked on Discovery if they called you a liar outright. You think? You think? Why'd you use the phrase masquerading the truth? Because I didn't want to call Jay a liar. because I didn't want to face the consequences of my actions. And again, not trying to be a dickhead, but if you want to talk that mad shit about me, then fucking man up and just fucking say it. But he won't address any of the videos I made. Why? Because what's he going to address them with? Yeah, I said for years that I didn't have investors, but I really had investors. I mean, what? Yeah, exactly that. Exactly that. What, you're gonna try to not pay the American influencers their affiliate money? Okay. Here's a lawsuit. I get discovery. The fucking information becomes more valuable than the fucking money you owe me. Like, look, dude, just pay me. Like, don't you think in all honesty, the smartest play would have been when you had content creators that you fucked over would be to just fucking get them on payroll and give them an NDA? Yeah, we want to add you to our content creator program, and here's your NDA for it. I noticed they took away some mechanics. Apparently you used to need to open enough rifts. Yeah, you used to have to open enough of the towns to open up the rift anchor. You don't have to do that anymore. Did I get double jumped? Oh, is that what happened? What happened is I got double jumped? Yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, I gotta make sure that we pay attention to that. How did Steven make his money? Well, Steven claims that he was in real estate. Steven claims that he was in real estate when he was a young man, and then later on in his life, he got involved in real estate. Now, I can't dispute that he may or may not have made money in real estate. All I will say is this. I'm not saying he didn't make his money in real estate. Who the fuck killed me? What I am saying is I can't find his name mentioned one time in one place anywhere about him being like real estate developer or real estate salesperson or real estate anything of the quarter, century, minute. But I can find multiple places where he's listed as in the top of the country in multi-level marketing. So take that for what you will. I've never seen one single thing that lists him as real estate anything of the anything. But I can find his income as a MLM person back in 2009 being $350,000 a month. So you take that for what you will. In one Reddit post, he said it was really hurtful that people said all he ever did was MLM. There is one other company that I found his name associated with, but he's never chosen to mention that company publicly, so I won't mention it. I will say I found it. So there's one other company, but it's not a real estate company. It's not like I found him and like this guy has been recognized as up and coming real estate person of this area for this year. Never found that. Found him multiple years, up and coming MLM guy though. He's very defensive about he's very, very, very defensive about the MLM thing. Now, what I will say I'm not making a video on this. Why the fuck am I thirsty every 2 seconds? What I will say is that the CFO that replaced John also works at a company called Janice or Wenice Global, and that company has been litigated against involving pyramid schemes and RICO violations. So again, take it for what you will. That seems like a really odd, really odd choice of CFO hire. If you're worried about your reputation, it's not the kind of person I would have hired. Yeah, like, there's nothing wrong with MLM. There is nothing wrong with MLM at all. Yeah, in the old days, you used to have, Brandon, in the old days, you had to clear the zone, unlock the monolith, then you would go down and you'd have a conversation with Mitsuko. Yeah, absolutely, that's how they used to do it. They don't do it that way anymore. I don't know why, because there was nothing wrong with that. It's just people wanted to be able to blitz through the content, and again, it's a game company listening to the wrong people. But at the end of the day, if the game company wants to listen to certain people and make certain decisions, it's their game, they make it. There's also a reason why they just moved to a new marketing company, and a lot of people that were making content for Ashes of Creation aren't going to be making content anymore. They're not happy with the changes. As I tried to tell them, you don't have to be happy with the changes. You have to recognize what the changes are. I'd much rather have a ruthless businessman who hustles and makes the cash, who's honest that they're a dick, to a mushmouth coward who's running from his past because he wants to be everybody's friend. Absolutely. And that's, you know, that's one of the things, I don't want to do politics today, but I will comment on. Donald Trump at Charlie Kirk's memorial service, where Erica was very forgiving, and he's like, I'm not forgiving, I hate my enemies. Look, man, I will say this. If we're competitors in an industry, oh, enough out of you. If we're competitors in an industry, there is no love lost there. There's no love. There's nothing but hate. If we're competitors, there's nothing but hate. We're competitors. Just because we're in the same business as each other doesn't mean we're competitors. But if we're competitors, if we've gotten to the point where we're competing, I don't give a fuck about you. Like, at dog eat dog world, man, at the end of the day, I'm feeding my kids. This is my industry. You figure out yours. Would you stop crying? You're being a pest. You can't play with the other kitties. No, you're mean. We don't let you play with the other kitties because you're mean. You are mean. Sorry, I'm arguing with a cat and I'm losing. You have to be supervised with the two other cats. He's this is the big alpha male of the four boys, and he isn't. My wife isn't home. She's at the Humane Society doing training, And she gives, like, she works at the she volunteers at the Humane Society a couple of hours a week. But he's out here howling and throwing a fit because he's not allowed in with the old cat if somebody can't be up and about to watch him. Holy shit. Oh, did my deviation go away? Yeah, my deviation. Come on. Come on. Damn it, he got me again. But no, Karthos, I absolutely agree with you. I would rather have a person say, look, I'm ruthless in business and I'm an absolute dick, but this is why I make the decisions I make, rather than somebody who's like, well, it's really hurtful to say that I've only ever made my money in MLM. Okay, well then, other than your MLM and your other thing that I found, which I won't mention because you haven't, can you point us publicly to any conversations can you point us to any public conversations or recognition of any shape or form in real estate? Because obviously, man, like, it's really hard to find the names on real estate deals. Like, I would have to know the address and I'd have to run through. It's a big pain, and I don't give a shit. I don't give a fuck how you made your money. I don't give a fuck. But you clearly give a fuck because you get mad when people bring up pyramid schemes. Now, all you can do is say, well, I was never involved with Zango when they were being investigated by the FTC and blah-de-de-blah-de-de-blah. But then you hire a CFO who works for a company and you're like, why would you bring in a money man that has allegations that the company, like, what the fuck are you doing? Like, why? Why would you do that? What sense does that make? Hey, you know what I want to do when I've spent 7 years being criticized by everybody for being a person involved in pyramid schemes? I want to bring in a CFO who worked for a company that was investigated for running a pyramid scheme. I don't know. Oh, enough. Here, I'll show you to the people. This is the Howler. This is the guy carrying on. This is Mischief. This is the guy carrying on. He's the Howler you hear in the background. Hi. Want baby? Want to be a baby? Oh, you don't want to be a baby because you're on camera? You gonna be a big boy? You gonna shut up? You gonna shut up? You gonna shut up? I'm tired of hearing you howl. Come on. You missed the Arch Steven. That guy was ruthless, he was effective, and he put together a competitive guild. He didn't mind being the villain, and honestly, he seemed to relish it. Arch Steven was what made me sign up for Ashes. Now we have a lamer version of the guy because he's addicted to be liked. Wait till he finds out he's not liked. The event looks so fun, I wish Manibus Novice could play. Now I'm gonna have to make a new character to try it. Well, you should be done at this point clearing Manibus Novice. You should be done at this point. Why are you still on Manibus Novice? What do you have left to do? Like, honestly, you should have cleared that shit a long time ago. Eat these fucking people with the goddamn bears. Leave the bears at home, assholes. Fuck is my dog? Disappear. I have not read Red Rising. God damn. Oh shit. The fucking bear, I thought the bear was still there tagging the other one. I didn't realize the guy fucking pulled his bear back. I don't even know where the guy is. I probably ran off. Oh no, he's still shooting at something. Guy must be over there in the corner. I still need to build a big base in Manibus. Shouldn't have to. I mean, once you've cleared all the... If you've cleared all of the mystical crates on Manibus Novice, bail. There's nothing else. There's nothing else for you to do on that map. Right behind me, tag me. Something's down. All right. Damn. He's already back. That is a lot of damage. You know what would probably fucking help if I put my armor on my the living armor on, then maybe I wouldn't die so goddamn always. Let's do that. Having others talk about Steven's ability to run a guild got me interested in being a GM for a while. I'll never run a guild again. I'm a great XO, but the cult of personnel I needed to run a guild just isn't me. I will never run a guild again. I will happily be an officer. Are those turrets new? No, those turrets have been in since launch. I will never run a guild again. I will happily run another guild's logistics division, But I will never sign up to be a guild leader again because I just don't have it in me. And I want to do other things. I don't want to give up my political writing. So, I mean, I probably spend 10 to 12 hours a week doing the research, and like not everything I read in a particular week goes into a paper that week, but I don't want to know life of video game 24/7. If Ashes had launched at any reasonable expectation of time, then I would have gladly run a guild. But shit, man, I'm on a 6-year clock before I moved to Florida, and I'm not joking. I don't think Ashes will be feature complete in 6 years. I mean, think of it this way. They're on year 10 of development and design and prototyping come this December, and they don't even have the class system in yet. Why would I be under the impression that I'd be under the impression that the class system itself isn't going to take them 5 years to design? Rail's gonna get back. He's gonna see that I have this gun. He's gonna get pissed. This gun is a fucking war crime. If he keeps running the pull vortex and I run this, we'll be clearing the content in probably 7 minutes. I honestly suspect they have many of the core systems designed, but they can't get them to work. I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, considering the fact, not to harp on them, but you launched the caravan system, and the caravan system the pack system, and the pack system didn't slow the mounts down. Well, how did you get to the point where you got to that point without that system working? Like, you know what I'm not trying to be a jerk, but how did you get there? It could be feature complete in 6 years and then all the boxes are technically ticked but don't function as intended. Okay, so when I say something's feature complete, it means it works. Like, if you say something to me like, the feature's in, so the toilet's in. Yeah, the toilet's in. Okay, I gotta use the bathroom. Oh, no. You didn't understand. What didn't I understand? You said the toilet's installed. Oh yeah, the toilet's installed, but you can't use it. Well, why? Oh, well, the toilet's installed, but there's no water to the house. Then how do you know the toilet works? Well, because we installed it. Well, how do you know you installed it correctly? Because we've been installing toilets for 40 years. So in 40 years, none of your guys have ever made a mistake installing a toilet? Is that what you're saying? Because I've seen guys install toilets wrong. So I'm just asking if that's what you're saying. Why the fuck are SKS? Oh, shit. Nice. Okay. The toilet's in the water. Right, the toilet's in, but the water isn't. Well, then how did you check the toilet works? Well, we know it works. Why? Because we're professionals. Oh. Well, fuck me, I guess. You know? I guess we're not allowed to question anything, are we? See, I don't get down with that mindset. you don't say it works until you've installed it and you know it works. If you don't know that it works, then you don't know shit. If you have a bunch of features in your game, but you haven't had the ability to quality control check them, well, then they don't work. And I don't give a shit. I honestly don't give a shit what your fucked up opinion of words is. If you don't know that it works as intended, it doesn't work at all. And that's where I think some people are too forgiving. Well, Jay, that's really harsh. What's harsh about it? Is it working as intended? No, then it's not working. Hey man, we installed your new heart. You had a heart transplant. Yeah, but you died anyway. Why? Oh, we didn't hook it up right. Well, then I wouldn't call that a successful surgery, would you? I'm not a game dev, to be fair, but I can sure point to something that says that doesn't work. I'm not a plumber either, but I can point to a toilet that's overflowing and say that's not working. Right? Exactly. The thing is as I've always said, as a project manager, there's been lots of times where I've shown up and I've said, you know what? I don't know what the end result was supposed to be, but this isn't a usable end result. I don't have the first fucking clue how to fix it, but I damn well know this ain't it. Like, you don't have to be a game developer to know what the intended end result is. And anybody that tries to make the argument that you have to be a game developer to have an opinion on game design is jerking you off. No, I don't have to be a game developer to have an opinion on game design. This set of code is 10,000 lines. This set of code is 5,000 lines. Well, which one works? Well, don't you think the one that's 5,000 lines is more optimized? No, I don't think that, actually. What I think is, I don't fucking know. I stay in the lane of, I don't fucking know. What I know is I don't fucking know. I'll stay in that lane. I don't give a shit about how many lines of code. I give a shit, does it work? Yeah, they're absolutely jerking you off, yeah. The idea that you have to be a subject matter expert to give feedback on a normal consumer product is fucking dumb. It absolutely is dumb. Now, there's two types of feedback. There's absolutely two types of feedback. There's, as a consumer, I don't think this is good. And guess what? That's all the feedback, according to Steven, you need to give. Now, I'm a little different. This isn't good. Why? This hot dog is no good. Well, why? Because the hot dog's cold. Oh, shit. Well, that's a problem. I've been learning game dev for about a year now, mostly self-taught, but the more I dive in, the more upset I get about the kinds of things you're talking about in development. I'll give you one. I'll give you a real great one. I took Game Design and Development 101. I audited it while I was waiting to see if the IVGP was going to get refunded, and it never did. So I audited the class. The professor was cool as shit. What the prof said was, I understand you're auditing it because you don't want to pay for it, because you're waiting to see if your grant is going to get refunded. And all the guy was is like, if your grant gets refunded, you will have to re-enroll with me, but you did all the work already. So you're not going to have, he's like, just turn in all the same work that you've already turned in. And I'm like, oh, cool. My TV won't turn on. Well, are you an electrician? How do you know it won't work? Because it doesn't turn on. Exactly. I know. Now, Karthos, I'm going to pick on your example just a little bit. I'm an electrician. I tell you that there's power at the outlet, but I'm not a TV fucking repairman. Hey, man, your TV won't turn on, but when I bring a lamp over here and I plug the lamp in, the lamp turns on. When I bring another TV over here and plug it in, that TV turns on. It's not an electrical problem. It's a TV problem. Well, do you fix TVs? No, I don't fix TVs. Oh, so I need a TV repairman. It was like, it was funny when the doctor said to me, well, what do you think's wrong? I laughed. I got back from hiking, went to the cardiac clinic, and they gave me an echo. If you've never had a stress test echo, let me tell you, those are incredibly fun because they have to get a reading of your heart very quickly after you get off the treadmill. So they're there jamming a fucking piece of medical technology, like the fucking ultrasound jobber. And then the doctor says, well, what do you think's wrong? Doc, I can't walk up a flight of stairs without my heart feeling like it's going to implode. I can't walk from here to there. He's like, but we just had you on the machine and you did fine. Yeah, Doc, that's what I'm fucking trying to tell you. Today I'm fine. Yesterday I wasn't. And then they're like, well, your heart's fine. Then they send me to the pulmonologist. Your lungs are fine. And they're like, are you sure you sure this isn't all in your head? Guys, I'm deathly terrified of needles, and every one of these appointments I come to, you have people doing blood draws. I would not be making this shit up to have to roll up my sleeves to get blood draws. At one point, they had done blood draws in my hands and mid-arms, and all the veins had been used, and they were like, we're gonna have to start doing blood draws out of your feet. So I said, how about we do something smart? I said, I have all these upcoming appointments. Why don't we call all these doctors and say, the guy that's really terrified of needles is getting blood work done. What would you like to add on? And they did. I had a fucking, I'm not shitting you. I walked in the one day and the nice lady, she's a wonderful lady. She happens to be African American. That's not important to the story except for how she speaks. She knows I'm afraid of needles. She gives me a cookie. I'm not even joking because I Visa-Vagal. She's always funny. And she comes and gets me if she sees me because she knows I'm having a panic attack. And she's always like, it'll be okay, honey child. You know that I get this the first time every time. She's a wonderfully nice lady. And she said, she's like, now, boy, honey child, I got to do 9 vials today. And she's like, and your arm really doesn't hold up to 9 vials. She's like, you're going to have to pump when I tell you to pump. And you're going to feel the needle in there. And you're going to have to do it because otherwise I got to stick you twice. What do you need me to do? Like, I need to do X or you need to do Y. What the fuck you need me to do? But when the doctor said, what do you think's wrong? I don't fucking know what's wrong. I didn't go to fucking medical school, man. Like, I'm at the fucking doctor so you can tell me. What do you think's wrong with you? I think my heart doesn't fucking work. That's what I think's wrong with me. Well, no, my heart works fine. What do you think is wrong? Wolfagard, that's how I was getting over my fear of needles, by donating blood. I can't donate blood anymore. They decided at some point, because I was in Ireland for a period of time, they decided to say no more donating blood. And the really sad thing is we're a society of disposability. We don't bring in things to be repaired and wait for them to be fixed unless they're like a house or a car. Most people will throw out a broken TV and buy a new one. Steven is combating the societal norm. People will not wait for him to fix his game after it rolls out broken. This has been proven time and time again with games. They will see it's broken, dispose of it, and move on. You're right. You're absolutely right. And Ashes has been unique in the fact that it's been given 37 times to make a first impression. I don't think Ashes survives November in the state it's in. I think what happens in November is people look at Ashes and they say, this is dog shit. Well, it is possible to fix a game as long as it's not an MMO with active servers. Well, you're right. You're right. But as Jeremy Irons says, it sure is a hell of a lot easier to just be first. It's sure is a hell of a lot easier to just do it right the first time. Like, as you know, I project managed, built houses, and the one thing I never, ever, ever accepted was cracked foundations. Period. I never accepted cracked foundations. In the contract with all the people that poured all the foundations for us, it said, if the foundation cracks, you are liable. You tell us when we can build on it. You're the foundation people. That's why I'm shocked anymore that I see houses, the fucking foundation gets poured on Friday, and they're working on it the following Friday. I'm like, what the fuck, man? I was taught 14 days minimum cure time. Now, maybe concrete has changed. I don't know. But I know is, the one time we poured a foundation, and the foundation fucking cracked. Called the guy out. I said, foundation's cracked. And he came out, he looked at it, and he said, and you don't accept foundation anchors, do you? Nope. He's like, all right, I'll get my guy out here. It'll take us 2 or 3 days to get all this ripped out, and then we'll re-pour it. Yep, you're eating that. You're eating that. Because I throw you a lot of business, you're eating this. And then he was talking to me, and he's like, yeah, because I asked him, I was like, how are you doing are you going to be hurting? Because for the end of the season, are we going to pour some foundations so he can get paid at the end of season to make it through? He's like, oh no, the concrete place is covering 3/4 of the cost because the concrete mix for the day wasn't right, and they realized it. And I was like, oh, okay, that's good. But we've become a society where nobody wants to roll up their sleeves and dig in and do it right. People just want to be like, oh, it's good enough for right now. Well, if you build a shitty foundation of a game, what you have forever is a game that was built on a shitty foundation, and you're never gonna have... What the fuck? You're never gonna have a great game if your game was built on a shitty foundation. You're always gonna have systems, like Yoshi P has said, and this isn't me just making this shit up. Like Yoshi P has said about Final Fantasy XIV, there are some things he wishes he was able to do with Final Fantasy XIV, but he can't because of the core of Final Fantasy XIV. One of the things Yoshi has commented on is the global 2.5 second global cooldown. There's nothing he can do to change that, because he's already said, if I could change that, I would change that. And I'm not smart, but I know it has something to do with their original server tick rate. So they set the global cooldown in alignment with the tick rate. That's all I know. That's all. I'm not, like I said, I'm not smart enough to know the rest of it. But if he's literally telling you, there's nothing else I can do. Shit, I gotta get another drink. If he's literally saying, there's nothing else I can do, then you gotta accept there's nothing else he can do. If Ashes were to say to me, or say, not to me, because they won't talk to me. If Ashes were to say right now to their community, there's nothing more we can do, Well, then how did you get to a point where you're boxed in? I think that's I noticed in game dev. Good enough. My personal phrase this year has been, these devs just aren't trying. Well, I don't want to say that they're not. These devs just aren't typing. Wait, did you mean just aren't trying? Because you said typing. I think they're trying. I think we've got a really bad situation in all game development. The really bad situation, typing. These devs just aren't typing. I'm lost. I don't understand what you're trying to express. I think we've got too many money men. I think that's where the issue is. There are too many just money men. Okay, so the fusion pod is in this scenario as well. The question is why. Oh, he's totally rebuilt. Okay. You can go right there for now. You know who I randomly thought about the other day? That Bart guy, the Ayatollah of rock and rolla. Oh, you mean, hold on. The guy that irritated me on a fundamental level. And so...
What about homeless? Don't you?
Literally, I had this every time he would talk. I had this set up. Oh God, no, I don't have it. I don't have it. Oh, I'm so disappointed in myself. Oh, I don't have it. So disappointed. So disappointed in myself. Yeah, every time he would come and I'd drop that clip and he'd spaz the fuck out. Oh, here it is. Here it is. I do have it.
I am the Ayatollah of rock and rolla.
The guy would lose his fucking mind. He left a fucking, like, I'm not even joking, man. He left a fucking, like, 3,000 word fucking response to one of my videos. And it got flagged because it got flagged because of some words that he chose to use. And so I'm just there and I'm reading this dribble, right? And as I go through, oh, it was long. Yeah, in a comment, they can go for fucking ever. And I'm reading through and I was like, man, I gotta get a cup of coffee before I can even and then he says, it's me, Bart. I'm just like, nope, banned from this channel. Done. Not even addressing that shit. Okay. Has a chance to fuse into the following deviation. 100%, but it doesn't tell me what stats it's gonna get. That's a 5-3. That's a 3-5. It has a 50-50 chance, but I wonder what the power level is gonna be. It has the opportunity to get Knights of the Round Table. Okay, so... ...50% chance to get Knights of the Round Table. 50-50 chance to get Knights of the Round Table. It's going to get Growing Pains. I don't understand. I want to know what stats it's going to have. Why I've got like 1,000 of these. Let me make a note so I don't forget. So 531. 531. 351. Feeling Blue. Growing Pains. And Knights of the Round Table. We'll see what happens in 10 minutes. But yeah, not trying to be like hurtful, but when Steven did that Dunning-Kruger fucking bullshit the other day, I was just like, you gotta be out your fucking mind, man. You've either released 0 games or you've released 1 failed game. You've never released a successful game. So you're turning around and saying to people, this is armchair development with a healthy dose of Dunning-Kruger. Like, dude, you look like a pretentious fucking prick. Like, if you're saying that you're a game developer, then I hate using logical fallacies because I think they're bullshit and the sign of a weak mind. But if you're gonna use Dunning-Kruger, then you're ultimately, then I'm going to say you're using appeal to authority, and your only authority is that you bought yourself a game studio. That doesn't make you a fucking authority. I'm sorry. Like, it doesn't make you an authority in game development because you bought yourself a game studio. Now, if you had worked for 5 years for somebody else and then done a Michael Morhaime and said, you know what, and Michael Morhaime worked a lot longer, you know what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go start my own game studio, then that would have been fine. Be like, dude, you have successful launches under your belt and you're saying, fuck it, I want to have my own studio, then that's a lot different of a situation. But like, what the fuck are you on about? Like, you're not a game developer yet. You're a game developer when you have a launched product. If you say I'm a game developer, okay, so you count Apocalypse as a launched product. And if the answer is you do, then how the fuck do you call yourself a fucking game developer? Like, your only claim to fame is that game. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, just be a normal human being. Just accept criticism. Just be like I accept criticism. I don't change, but I acknowledge it. Hey Jay, you know that you'd probably have more viewers if you were nicer. Yes, I acknowledge that. Then why aren't you nicer? Because I don't fucking want to be. Like, not to put too fine of a point on it, I don't want to be a large creator if I have to suffer fools. If suffering fools is the cost of admission, I'm not interested. I'm just trying to avoid slamming walls of text and Twitch. Basically, what I'm trying to say is these guys just don't work. You and I both know if you sit here and deliberately plan and grind at your goal, you'll achieve the result. The more I sit around and learn how to code and make these silly little programs, I realize that dudes just aren't typing as much as they could be. Too many games out there within 6+ months wait for a small patch to fix. Gotcha. Yeah, and honestly, there was a small game developer that said to me once, if you can't fix the things that are wrong quickly, then you don't understand your project. And if you're not making fixing the things that are wrong a priority, then you've got the wrong priorities. And he's a small little game dev, but he's got lots of experience, and he no longer works for somebody else. He's just puttering around with his own project. He doesn't need to. And his response was, I don't need to ever work again. I choose to work because I like working, but I'm working on something for myself. I mean, let's be honest. Andrew Gower, one of the creators of RuneScape, clearly is regarded as one of the best minds in game development. And yet, this new game that he put out, Brighter Shores, is dog water. Like, there's nothing good about Brighter Shores. And I'm sure, yes, there are probably some people that like it. I'm sure there are, because there's always somebody who likes everything. Break. That right there is why my damage is lower than I thought it would be. You fix that problem. Oh, I don't have a... Shit. Hope I don't die right here. Yeah, you want a specific audience. Absolutely. You absolutely want a specific audience. And not only do you want a specific audience, you have to know who your target audience is. If you don't know who your target audience is, then what are you making and who are you making it for? And you're absolutely correct. And there's nothing wrong in the slightest with making a niche game. You can absolutely want to make a niche game. I'm never going to shit on you if you want to make a niche game. Where I'm going to have some interesting feedback, though, is when, and by interesting feedback, I mean harsh feedback. I'm going to have some harsh feedback if you're not being authentic, if you're not being genuine, if you're saying we're trying to make a niche game, okay, well, who's the niche? Who is this designed for? Well, our target audience. And I get that. Who is that? Because when you won't tell me who the niche audience is for, you don't have a niche game, you have a bad game. Like Candy Crush. Candy Crush is obviously made for your grandma, right? It's like somebody said earlier, free-to-play games target children. And I don't disagree with you, because I don't think you're wrong. I think free-to-play games do target children. Why? because parents no longer raise their kids. They give their kid a PC, and the PC raises the kid. And because the kid doesn't have a payment method, the kid is stuck playing games that the kid can get access to. In large studios, it's usually the fixes have to go through QA, since at least in my experience, QA has happened in cycles. Those small fixes get pushed back in the timeline quite a bit. Yeah, and that, I would agree with you. Because they need to vet, they're not going to cook a bill just to make a small fix unless it's a game-breaking bug. And I would agree with you, absolutely. Without a doubt. But at the same time, when it goes, how can I say this? If there is any update to the game and you haven't fixed the little things, then you must not understand the severity of the bug like the players do. Remember, like we always say, do these developers even play their own game? Like, you know this is a big bug. You know this is a big, you know the players are telling you. And yet, you're not taking the server down. A big part of QA people need to learn is not just testing that things work. You need to test every way someone could use the system. You need to account for the knuckle draggers of the world. You're right. And I won't argue with you because you're spot on. You need to look at the process and you need to say, how is the most exploitive player going to use this? But I think that's not, I don't think that conversation starts in QA. I think that conversation starts in the meeting where we talk about, we're thinking about adding this idea. And I think that might be, that very much so is Intrepid's flaw. And that very much so is a flaw at a lot of places. You're worrying about too many things at the same time instead of worrying about one thing at a time and saying, let me throw the stone into the pond. Let me look at the ripples. The ripples is every system that this system touches. Like, for example, EVE Online. EVE Online had a big problem early on. Zydrene was only available out in nullsec. And they didn't realize it was going to take a while for play. Because remember, when we first started playing EVE Online, we couldn't survive in nullsec. Like, we couldn't go out there. Like, it took months for the players to have ships that were able to survive in nullsec. Well, we couldn't build the ships to survive in nullsec because we didn't have access to the Zydrene to build the ships we needed to live in nullsec. So then they decided to introduce drone missions. And the drone missions dropped drone ore, which could be crushed for Zydrene. And the good thing about that was that it allowed us to make the ships to go out to nullsec. But what it also allowed was people not to have to go to nullsec at all. Because now they can just live off of drone missions. Well, if you think about this, the drone missions should have been a limited time thing to get Zydrene introduced into the economy. And then after the Zydrene was introduced into the economy, then get rid of the drone missions. You trying to fix the problem and invalidate it. Exactly. and this is sometimes inadvertently, it ties in directly with what I call a developer meta. Why would the players play something suboptimal if the developers, sometimes through no fault of their own, sometimes through intention, have created a build that is far superior to any other build? Why would I deliberately kneecap myself? So there's a build that does 18% more damage. Like, for example, in a multiplayer game, it's really important that there's at least the illusion of balance. You won't always have perfect balance, but you at least want the illusion of balance. Let's look at Baldur's Gate 3. What is this? To the best of my knowledge, it may have changed. What is the single most fucked up amount of damage you can put out? It's an Eldritch Blast build. It's just a ridiculous amount of blasts. Well, why would anybody, if that build existed in an MMO, why would anybody want to play anything other than the ridiculously overtuned, overpowered class? The answer is they wouldn't. Eldritch Blast is naturally busted in D&D anyway. But as a reminder, in D&D, you have a DM who knows what everybody's built as, so the DM can turn around and make it so that your build isn't stupid powerful. When you start magnifying that, you're changing the nature of the game from blackjack to poker. Remember, blackjack is you against the house. Poker is you against all the other players at the table. Tabletop game is the players versus the GM. I mean, yeah, I've had a couple of really, really cool stories that I've run where I ran one group on Mondays and Wednesdays. I ran one group on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And what was really cool about it is each of the groups were doing actions, and then the next group was responding to those actions. And then one night I said, hey, I'm having everybody over on Saturday for gaming. And everybody came over, and I had a long table in my living room. And I said, if you're on my Monday campaign, you're on one side. If you're on my Tuesday campaign, you're on the other side. And then they looked at it, and they realized very quickly they were there for combat. They were there, and one was the Federation of Magic, and one was the Coalition. And they were going to be basically competing with each other. Because... yeah, and thank you for that. This is Warborn's issues. There are a few drifters with certain weapons armor can play the game exceptionally better than every other option. And let's be honest. The starter character, Zero, I think is his name, is garbage in PvP. Zero is completely useless in PvP. Not even like a little bit useless, but just absolutely fucking useless. Zero works in PvP if you're well supported and you're built properly. But other than, like, I was running Zero and it was really, really useful because I was on an auto. My damage was crazy, but in a PvE build. In a PvP build, that build was never going to be useful in the slightest. Yeah, Zero, it has that 35% passive, but that's literally all he's good for. Yeah. But I was playing, and I really wanted to enjoy the game, and it's a great game. It's just not a great game for me. And it's really a game that if people have any sort of time advantage over you, the time advantage is always going to be an issue in that game. It is simply there's no fixing it. It's an ever-persistent issue. Final Fantasy's Warrior is undeniably the best dungeon content take. It's also undeniably the worst boss tank. You're right. Absolutely. If you need, it is absolutely the best tank if you're trying to clear, if you're trying to clear your roulettes, because you literally have 3 damage dealers. And unfortunately, what they've done is they've created a scenario where for clearing trash, Warrior is the best tank. But compared to Paladin and Gunbreaker, it's not very effective. It's not as good on bosses. Now, again, it's been about a year since I played. Yeah, you can't kill a warrior in regular dungeon stuff unless you literally fall asleep. A healer literally has to answer the door and go eat a sandwich for the warrior to die, because the warrior can full heal multiple times. Now, arguably, the strongest tank, in my opinion, is the Gunbreaker for bosses, because the Gunbreaker can 25-30% to 0 same level content, as long as there's no unavoidable damage. A Gunbreaker can simply do a 2-button combo, tick 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 tick, back to full health, tick 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 tick, back to full health, and it's disgusting. But what was Final Fantasy XIV's big thing? They normalized everything because people were complaining. They normalized absolutely everything because people were complaining about Scholar's not powerful enough, or White Mage isn't powerful enough. Or, well, White Mage has always been overpowered. Or Astrologian, people don't like clearing their roulettes with Astrologian because Astrologian is this, that, or the other. Astrologian is too hard. There's too many cards. So let's reduce the number of cards. Like, why do we make everything, like, you guys obviously had an intention. Just make sure that there's a viable option. Look, if you don't want to play Scholar, don't play Scholar. That's all you have to say to people. If you don't want to play Scholar, don't play Scholar. It's still sad. I like the division of healer into shield versus pure healer. I like tanks to be divided back into true class identity. I do too. I agree with you. I think you need that. I also think that the key part of that is when you divide them out like that, what you've done is you've created a system where people get really, really good at tanking one tank type. I remember when I was a Paladin. When I first started, I played a Lalafell Paladin. And I had a Lalafell Scholar as my pocket healer. So whenever we queued for shit, that's how we queued. Do you know how fucking hard at launch it was to die? Like, there were times I intentionally tried to die. And my wife was like, you literally can't. But then you also had to tweak your build. Like, I remember, like, now that it's coming back to me, you had to pick things out of your build. Like, what are you picking? Now everybody is the same, and that's such garbage. Like, I remember when Heavensward came out, Dark Knight tanking was so radically different than Paladin tanking. I've Omnimax historically every expansion, and with the game now, there is no flavor change between classes. Hell, I have my hotbar laid out identical for tanks. Yeah, I did too. And it was just a matter of I don't like where this is going, and that's a big part of why Final Fantasy XIV died for me, because we lost the class identity. I didn't feel that there was any point to playing anymore. Okay. Holy shit, it does work. Oh, fuck. 5-5. So it does work. We can level up our deviations this way. That's fucking amazing. That's tits and cheese right there. Well, I can't see. Why does it do that now? Knight's view traits is G. I hit G and it takes me here. Oh, some deviations with this effect will have a changed appearance. Slightly reduces damage taken by this deviation. That's cool as shit right there. That's the alternative version. Oh no, it's not. What the fuck? I might have to message them. There's no fucking deviation change. All right. Let's see. Maybe it's because I'm 30 plus. We grew up on cool games that required you to actually think. Yeah, that's where the sad state of gaming has gotten. We used to have to like think. I even need this? No. Delete that. We used to have to think about what were we going to do with the game. No, there used to be play and counterplay. Oh, and and you don't lose the base ones either. Oh, this is sexy. Let's play around with this. What are you again? I'm gonna draw you out. Fuck is brute force? Okay, so we're gonna put. All right, so we only have a 50-50 chance. So you really want to double down. You really want to have two of the same. Oh, and you can't. Okay, complete selection. Starfall inversion cannot be fed. Radiant one cannot be fused. Okay. Linked items cannot be used. Oh, so that's gonna suck. That's gonna suck. You can't use linked jobbers. Oh, but let's do this. Ready? Take you out. We're gonna put in. That's a 5-3. I'm gonna put him in. That's a 3-5. Okay. So we're gonna have to get deviation. We're gonna have to get a lot of deviation items. Wait, fusion material? You can use deviations as fusion material? Oh shit. Oh, so I can make a 5-5 Shephosaurus Rex. Oh. 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 Can I do this? Hold on a second. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up! Can I do this in Eland? If I can do this in Eland, I'm about to have a fucking army of these bitches. Okay. This, now that I know that we can do this, yeah. Gonna send. Let me, first of all, see if I can even do this in Eland. I hope we can. If we can't, I'm going to be sad. Nope, we can't. That sucks. Wait. Yeah, we can't do it in Eland. Yep. We cannot build the thing that we need in Eland. They need to just let us do this in Eland. Yeah, that sucks. It means all the ones that I've... Oh, well, yeah, I can't... Well, I guess I could pass them to my alts. I could pass them to my alts, have my alts bring them to a world, and then merge them. I don't know why they won't let us just do the building in Eland, though. I'll be right back. Ugh. That's disheartening, because every one of these boxes is just fucking filled with deviations. Every fucking one. And we can't do the merging in Eland. That's so fucking dumb. Like, you told us we were getting this feature. I have thousands of deviations. Like, why you do this to me? Like, why do you do this? Also, Eternal Tombs is doing testing, which breaks my heart. But they put their testing right on top of Final Fantasy Tactics. So... Yeah, somebody gave me the one online strategy game, and it's great. It's just, like, honest to God, it's rough. BAR, I think it's called. Beyond all reason. What's the name of it? So it has a 50% chance to get cheer up, a 50% of feeling blue, 50% chance of baffling behavior. But if I give it another one with baffling behavior, it'll take that up to 100%. But it has a 50% chance or 33% chance of getting rise and shine. If we do that, now it has a 25% chance of getting Rise and Shine 3. It has a 50% chance of getting Cheer Up 1. You're not gonna tell me the name of it? You're gonna leave me like, you're gonna leave me in suspense? You've got a really cool game over there and you won't share the name? Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. What do I have? I'll take a look at it. Okay. 5-1. All right, I'm gonna put all the beavers in the box. Have any beavers over here? No, no beavers over there. Oh, fuck, I can't. Ugh! That sucks. I can't, because he's linked. I can't increase him. That sucks. So I might have to keep running that damn dungeon. This is gonna take a minute. What's my Rebecca? My Rebecca's a 5-5. Why am I doing that? Oh shit. My Rebecca's a 5-5. I'll just go in the house now. Rail, we can merge our fucking deviations now, but we can't do it in Eland. That pisses. Oh, my Rebecca was up there. So we can't bring. Like, we'd have to bring the deviations to a world to merge them. We can't merge them in Eland. We can't build one of these things in Eland. But when we merge these types of deviations, if you merge a 5-3 with a 4-5, I just got a 5-5. Yeah, I'm more hyped for a re-release of a 30-year-old game than I am of any game in the last couple of years. Which is saying something. Yeah, see, I got a 5-5 there. That 5-3 and this 5-3 and this 3-5 I merged together. You're kind of pumped for Arc Raiders? I saw Arc Raiders. I'm not going to say I'm pumped for it. Oh, she's a 5-5. Wait a minute. She's a 5-5. And I don't lose her. Okay. That's a 5-1. Let's try. Hold on, I've got a bunch of rabbits. What are all my rabbits down here? Hi. Hi. Why are you upset? That's a 5-5. That's a 5-4. That's a 5-4 with covert energy. So we're gonna withdraw you for a second. That's a 5-4. We're gonna withdraw you for a second. Okay. So let's. Do I need a specific one? Not yet. Not yet. I'm going to try something that's probably not what they intended. But that's what they get. Okay, so that's a territory deviation. That's a territory deviation. So we're about to do some Professor Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde shit right here. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw this 5-4 with covert energy 5 and this 4-5. And so it's got a 50-50 chance of getting covert energy and a 50-50 chance of getting feeling blue. And then we're going to go in and we're going to throw in we're going to throw you in. Oh, you lose. Okay. You lose the deviations you put in as fusion material. But that's okay. No, it's not. I don't want to use those then. Shit. But I don't have. The only other fusion material is. Some deviations with this effect will have a change appearance. Player's sanity will not drop below 20% within their territory. Some deviations, crafting will increase the storage capacity by crafting deviations. Some deviations with this deviation's late securement condition will be fulfilled. Okay. Let me see what the stats are if I do this. So it has a 50% chance to get anti-burnout. It has a 50% chance to get anti-burnout. And a 50% chance to get 1+. It has a 66% chance to get 1+. So what we would want to do... It has a 33% chance to get upper hand. It has a 100% chance to get 1+. But it lost. Okay, so why are you reducing its chance to get covert energy 5? So I don't think I want to do that. Do I have anybody else with covert energy? This is going to be fucking, this right here. Now I understand the value of this. This is going to take a very long time to merge up all the ones you want. And since you don't lose them when you put them in the outer ones, I can take that 4-5 and this 5-4, and I won't lose either of them. I only lose the ones I put in the middle. Just like I said, I wish we could do this in Eland, where I have thousands of these little fuckers. Now, I want to check one other thing. Let me pop. Yeah, she's in that town. Let me go to that town. Oh, I guess I'm gonna do my 5 fucking towns to see if I get anybody good. If I recall correctly, she was supposed to have fusion mats. It looks like they didn't. It looks like they didn't do it. It looks like they decided against giving her fusion mats. Do you get the fusion mats? What the fuck are those? Oh, controllers. Yeah, you don't have... You don't have... They didn't give them to him. Now, what I can't quite understand in today's event I already have one of these. I already have one of these. That sucks, though. Holy fuck, is that garbage. If you didn't finish last season's thing, you can get 2,000 of these in like a minute and a half. What fucking garbage is that? Oh, my finger jerk. So oh, Omen of Affliction doesn't start until the 29th. Hi. So nice. Thank you. Oh, thank you. That's such nice kitty. That's such nice kitty. Thank you. That's such nice kitty. All right, so that makes sense. Hi. Don't go after my hands, please. This little shit of a cat has figured out I can't always feel my fingers. So I'll wake up and she'll be chewing on my fucking fingers and she'll have made me bleed. And I have to fight her. I have to fight her like she's Harry Potter. Like, what are you doing? She also picks on everybody. She's a big stinky. She's mad right now because I'm not. Normally, if she wants to get in my lap, I'll sit with my legs together so she has a place. She's protesting. What happened to the nerves in my hand? I have small cell neuropathy or small cluster neuropathy, and I have it in my whole body, which is not fun. I also have my C2 and my C3 had to be fused due to an injury. So I always had really bad hand control anyway. Plus, this whole shoulder has been rebuilt twice from my time in the military. So all in all, my left hand is basically fucking garbage. And my my right hand isn't much better because I cut the tendon in my hand when I was like 14 or 15, 16. So yeah, I'm just a fucking mess medically. But yeah, I have small cluster neuropathy. There's nothing they can do for it. There's not even really a pain block they can give me because it's my nervous system. So what they told me was the reason why I'm feeling more and more pain is because I've stopped using weed every day to sleep. And so basically now my body is just like in a constant state of pain. I don't want to go back to being addicted to painkillers. They told me that eventually I will just develop a level of tolerance to the pain. So I can only hope that they're not lying and that in the next couple of months, I'll develop a level of tolerance to this pain, or I will just go back to going to the dispensary every month and loading up because this pain is kind of shitty. All right. Did any of you become Can you pass toxicologist? That would be interesting if you can pass toxicologist. We try to pass toxicologist. Go? No. So any specific stat won't go. What I'm going to do is I'm going to then fuse this. Now, that's a 4-5. That's a 5-4. We'll write these down. We have a 5-4 and a 4-5, and we have a 50-50 for Covert Energy 5 and a 50% for Feeling Blue 1. And I'll be back in 10 minutes and we'll see. See how that works out. I want to see, how does this gun work against this asshole? Yeah, I'm going to be spending a lot of time now trying to figure out I'm going to have to sort through all my deviations in Eland, pass them all to an alt, and then start waiting down the timer because you can't load linked ones in. So you have to wait 7. Yeah, that's going to be a fucking nightmare. Now I have to make new mods. Yeah, see, now I have a fucking reason to play again. Now I have a reason to play. Oh my god. What the fuck was that? Dude, that is fucking broken. that ain't even legal. That's illegal in 3 continents. Holy shit. It's my mods. Yeah, it is a big part of it is my mods. Although, Rail, I'm not in my bullseye mods. I'm in my crit build mods. Because this is a crit weapon. But I have that ridiculous mod in that hitting a marked target gives me 10% crit rate and 25% crit damage. Because this weapon marks. I won't even tell you that I didn't put out the dog last time. My god. That's it, man. This is the gun to build. This is the gun to build and fucking start building your crit set. Like, that's it. That's all there is to it. This shit's fucking... This shit's more war crimes than corrosion. Gun. I don't know who to fuck, like, whoever designed this gun for them was just like, you know what, I want to make a gun that fucking makes every other gun fucking obsolete. How do I do that? Oh. This takes me, yeah, this is back to when I had a, like, infinite reloading double-barreled shotgun. Yeah. That's half my usual time. Now, it's not half of the best people's time, but that's half my usual time, and I don't even have fully optimized mods, nor did I use food. I can't believe we can't make those fucking deviations in Eland, though. That's disappointing. How populated are the servers on this now? I mean, they're not vastly populated, but because they have permanent servers now, this is a permanent server. And we have quite a few people on this server. And this isn't even the best way I could do this build. I could do this build as a low life Lunar Tides build, but I'd have to do, I don't actually know if I could do that. I could use, yeah, I don't know if that would be better, to be honest. Stop it. Bursting magma? Hi. Who are you? Who are you, buddy? Where did you come from? Hi. No, it would only figured if I'd gotten a 5.5. I'd gotten a 5.5 for it. But I didn't get a 5.5. Oh, I just realized something. If you use this build combined with the Last Valor, you're gonna be fine because the mask mod synergizes with Last Valor as well. Because the mask mod that I'm running is hitting a marked target gives you additional crit. And of course, you're always gonna be marking the target. Oh, and EX1 should be easier because this does AoE and it might hit the other lights. Let me see if it hits the other lights. Oh, hey, look at that. There's another one. There's a 4-4. Let me speedrun EX1. I want to see if it hits the lights. Oh. Rail's gonna disown me. I fucking don't know you anymore. I'm feeling this bullshit. Fuck this guy. I hope you stub your toe. Fuck, that's not nice. Be nice. My backpack is full. Shit. Let me get rid of all these purples. I definitely don't need any of these. The Lord of Moonlight is watching me. Why is he a fucking stalker? The Lord of Moonlight is watching me. Okay, bring it, buddy. I got 8 stacks of this lunar shit. Guy with a... Oh. I've got 9 stacks. Do I need 10 stacks? I lost all my stacks because I killed mobs. Shit. I say, so if you want the loot... So yeah, I think I'm going to have to build a tides... Well, I have a tides set. I think I'm going to have to use it. I'm going to have to run it because I need to be able to survive with low sanity. To have the big ugly pick a fight with me. Question is, why am I not getting any sanity? Because I'm running a beer. Last season, the beer chewed through the sanity. Oh, they changed that too. All you get is a purple mod. You don't get other goodies if you take the lowest option. I think I can. I have 2 drinks that give buffs. Oh. I can't get rid of my beer. Being a nuisance. Oh shit, isn't there that special ammo? Yeah, that's what I need to be making a fuck ton of. The lunar ammo. Gotta remake my gloves. I get the increased whisper drop. Oh, is it? I just grabbed a bunch of regular ammo. I forgot how much ammo you burn through with a submachine gun. I've already used like probably 40,000 rounds today. This is a bad world to be on this time. There's only one lunar spawn. Yeah, there's only one lunar spawn in World 4 this time. Can I tell you about the E4 Mafia? Well, if you're in the military, then you know the E4 Mafia is an affectionate term for the E4s in a squadron, who are really the people that get all the work done. Not to be confused with the Blue Card Mafia, which are all the retirees. E4s basically keep the squadron running. E4s are expected to... Well, it depends on your branch of service, because E4s in the Army and the Marines can be NCOs. E4s in the Air Force cannot be NCOs. If they've been to Airman Leadership School, they're generally given a bunch of fucking shit work that's not the work that they should be given for their rank, but it's considered training in order to be prepared to be a staff sergeant, which I personally find to be a total load of shit. But the E4 Mafia is really the group of people that make sure shit gets done and nobody gets in trouble. I didn't serve in the Navy. And from all the people I know in the Navy, basically, there's two types of people in the Navy, because there's two types of assignments. This is all from what I've been told. How shit gets done at a station versus how shit gets done on the boat is radically different. When you're on boat, everything is about the mission. When you're at station, it's not as much like that, but you don't fuck around with mission when you're on the boat. If you would need to find a Navy person to talk to if you want to know about the Navy life, because it's Navy and Air Force are radically different. Radically different. I was gonna join the Navy, and then my grandfather kind of made me laugh, and he said, "Why do you want to look like you're getting ready to invade Poland in the winter and look like you're the good humor man in the summer?" And I was like, good point. You are welcome. You pop on my Discord, you can ask a guy named Sparky. He's a retired chief. He knows the Navy a little bit better. He sent me amazing, like, this is what they fucking call a coin. A fucking, well, it sits on my coin rack behind me. Alright, I'm going to... Yeah, it looks like a weapon. How have we not gotten a Game of Thrones MMO yet? I saw you ask that question. I think the reason why we haven't gotten a Game of Thrones MMO yet is because they don't want to license out the IP until George Martin is done with the novel. They've licensed out a lot of video games, which then confuses the shit out of me. I will be honest, I don't truly believe a Game of Thrones MMO would do well. And here's why. What would be the objective? mean, obviously, we could have the enemy. Yeah, a Game of Thrones MMO would just be people with swords, bows and swords. I think you would have to bastardize the IP too much to make it a fun game. I really do. I don't think you could make it a fun game without adding magic to it. And you're only supposed to have a little bit of magic in it. I think you would have a kind of... the only way you could do it would be if it was before the Seven Kingdoms. And each of the kingdoms are their own. And I don't know exactly. Well, no, because there's still magic in the books. There's still magic. There's just a little bit of magic. Just a little tiny bit. All right, let's see how this turned out. Okay, so it's not automatic. So it's not an automatic upgrade. So that's... So a 5-4 and a 4-5 did not turn in to a 5-5 like it did with the other thing. So that's interesting. That's interesting. Now that I'm thinking Game of Thrones, what's your opinion on how they ended the TV series? The way they ended the TV series was absolutely fucking garbage. It was absolutely fucking dog shit the way they ended the show. Absolutely dog shit. First of all, right? And then I'm gonna pop out here, and then we'll get out of here. First of all, whatever the fuck that was with the White Walkers not killing, right? After the Battle of Winterfell, you're like, Dothraki, half gone. Unsullied, half gone. The fuck you mean only half gone? What do you mean only half gone? You should have been like none gone. Yeah, they ruined practically everyone's character arc. And they ruined practically everyone's character arc because in order to do what they wanted to do, like, and I'm gonna walk a really fine line here, okay? If you want sex between characters on a TV show or in a movie, you are bound by really, really, really particular law. If Daenerys had another season of Spiral, I'd have fully understood the destruction of King Landing. Producers were offered one more season. Producers were not offered one more season. I've never seen that they were offered one more season. They were offered as many episodes in that season as they needed. I don't think that they were offered a whole nother season because I know that Kit Harington wanted to be done. I know that Nikolai Coster-Waldau wanted to be done. but for 500,000 an episode, you could probably have made it longer. Didn't they rush the ending because the two creators were going to Disney Star Wars? Yes. The Wonder Twins rushed the season to get to the end, did no more than what they were contractually obligated, and then Disney yanked their project from under them anyway and said, you know what, we think we want to go in a different direction. I think a Game of Thrones MMO would only work as a PvP based game, but you would also run into a very boring as fuck game, because I think it would work more like, what's that other fucking game where you're surrounded by troops? It's that fucking, it's an action combat game. It's been out for a while. But basically you go in a battle and you're surrounded by numpties. Shit, if I can think of the name of it. No, not Mountain Blade. You lead a squad. It's not Blade and Soul. Not Soul from Necrono Odyssey. I did check out Light No Fire. No, it's not Bellwright. I think it's a 2-word name. It's an Asian game. But I did check out Light No Fire. I will be looking at it later when it's a little bit closer to its launch. Shit, man. I cannot think of this fucking game. Not Manor Lords. It's an MMO. It's a 2-word name. It's not Black Desert Online. You go into combat and you have a squad. It's not Myth of Empires. It's an Asian game. Has a really shitty big map. The fights aren't bad. What the fuck? It's not Atlantica Online. Hold on, let me. This is gonna drive me nuts now. Now I have to find it. Conqueror's Blade. Fuck's sake, that's it. Conqueror's Blade. That's the only way I could see. That's the only type of gameplay I could see. Game of Thrones MMO working. Like, you build your character and it's not about your combat, it's about your strategy. And then as you rank up, you have better troops that follow you, and it'd have to be like a big political game, and then like it would have to be designed where you have the 7 kingdoms, but you also have like the 3 kingdoms over where the Dothraki were, and then everybody would be enemies of the White Walkers, and the White Walkers would have to have the ability to like tunnel up under the earth and come out in any of the 7 kingdoms. And I don't think you could do a good Game of Thrones MMO simply because people want sensationalism. Now, the game that I wish I had a budget to build would be Rifts. I think people would love the fact that you have a 4-way gangbang fight. One guy's in a 50-foot tall mech, one guy is a dragon, one guy's a wizard, right? One guy's a cyborg, and they all are fighting over, like, holy shit. I think that would work. But there's a very specific lore and story with it. Anyway, my little one is home from school. I need to go see my little one, make sure she's doing her homework. I will be back tomorrow for some politics, and then Saturday for some more of this, because I'm going to see what I can get done with merging together deviations. See you then.
I wonder if the organic meat sack that runs this channel knows a lot of these sponsors don't sponsor us anymore.
They were longtime sponsors. The credits are fine.
Do we get paid? Is any of this sponsorship money for Gale, Daisy, the Chaos Fund?
You are a figment of Jalan's imagination.